Okay. Ah, Kermit the Log gave me a congrats. Thank you, Kermit. Okay. Alrighty then. Page is loaded. Or at least I think it is. Okay, good. We got it loaded. Now then. Ooh, 5 likes already. Wow. I only just started this last night. Hey, I'm a Devetcha. Welcome. And Brian the Observer, welcome. Thank you for the congrats. And yeah, Ahmed, this is my 1-year anniversary because what can I say? I started my YouTube career as or hobby or whatever you want to call it, like on November 3rd of last year. And so yeah, 1 whole year. I have to admit I didn't think I'd come this far, but I did. 330 subs and well, I had like over 800 watch hours, but then last night I actually was able to check out my watch hour count, and it looks like I lost like 400 of those watch hours, probably because I didn't reach the monetization range within like the first year or something like that. So I don't know. Whew. Yeah, I sent out invites, and so I'll see if anyone's gonna be able to come. Ooh. Let's see. Ah, cool. I think we might be getting someone on here. Let me see. Alrighty. Okay, keeping an eye on the StreamYard. See if they show up or not. But yeah, anyways, for those who are currently watching, what do y'all think of my new avatar, my new icon? Oh, how was my weekend? About so-so, more like chilly, and I'm trying to stay warm because out here in Scranton, PA, the weather is very, very let's just say 1 minute it seems like it's a nice sunny day, then it turns into a very stormy day, and then there's the matter of wintertime where even if it's cloudy, it's still bitter freezing at times. Ah, you like it? Thank you. I just figured I had to go with something cool and badass looking. I mean, what's cooler and badass than sitting on a couch in your robe with 2 hot, lovely ladies like draped all over you? Dude, I'll admit though, the photoshopping, well, or rather the clip art was a little bit of a hassle, but it did actually turn out very well. I like it, though. I admit I could have handled the photo of me a little bit better because I thought it would be a bright idea to open the blinds and let some light into the house because I didn't want to risk it being like too dark or whatever. So, but ended up maybe making it a little too bright. Whew. Let's see here. Okay, what do we got here to talk about? Gotta find a way to keep the 4 of you entertained. Oh, wait, I think 6 of you now. Okay. Welcome. What's the topic for today? Well, like I said, it's the anniversary stream, so I honestly didn't have anything planned because I just, I realized yesterday, hey, it's been over a year now since I started my whole YouTube thing, so why not make an anniversary stream on it? So it's sort of a bit of an improv, but you know how it's like. Sometimes you got to improvise. Sometimes the best stuff is improvisation, I believe, or at least that's what I've heard. But yeah, I'll leave it up to you. What do you guys want to talk about? But I'll think of something as well. Would you I don't know, want to hear how I got around to the making of the channel, or would you like to hear something about something else? Maybe I can do a little searchy search. Okay. Well, obviously, there's a lot of stuff in the way of Terminator on being posted on YouTube as of late, especially, considering Dark Fate, and the fact that I myself have been researching Terminator for my Terminator lore videos. But yeah, I mean, you would have thought that Dark Fate actually would have been, a decent movie, but sadly it isn't. I haven't seen it myself, but the truth is I don't have any intention of doing so because I kind of, I was afraid that the whole damn propaganda that's been shoved into movies as of late was going to get shoved into that. So I took a chance. I saw spoiler reviews from trusted YouTubers, and so yeah, I ain't seeing it because, to sum it up without even spoiling, it seems like it is the Alien 3 of the Terminator franchise. And I never truly accepted Alien 3. So if I can't accept Alien 3, there's no way I'm accepting Dark Fart or Woke Fate. However you want to call it. But, yeah, the whole wokeness in Hollywood is out of control. Yes, definitely. Though hopefully Woke Fate will be like the Woke Fate, and hopefully Rise of Sky Rose of Soy Woker will be the final nail in the coffin. Red Flintstone, welcome. Hello, how are you doing? 1 year anniversary, cool. Here's too many. Thank you. Hey, Rosetta. Call me doofus on my own anniversary. You'd think I'd catch a break from her, but no, I can't get that. Okay, let me see if I can find Rosetta on here again. Where is Rosetta on my thing here? Ah, there we are. Okay, paste. There you go, Rosetta. Feel free to jump on. Yeah, speaking of morning, I actually thought, why not make it because I'm not usually a morning person, but why not schedule this at like 11:11 on the 11th day of the 11th month? So, yeah. And so obviously I couldn't set it for 11:11. I had set it for 11:10, and then just waited less than a minute to actually hit the go live button on this. Give you a minute or a few minutes to set up the workspace. Okay. Teasing makes you feel better and you're having a hard morning. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not much of a morning person yet. I chose to schedule this late morning, so this way I have something to get up early for. And so, yeah. It's the 11s, but don't forget, but you forget the best 11, the girl from the Stranger Things. Never actually saw Stranger Things, to be honest. I don't have Netflix, so yeah, most of the stuff that probably the good stuff that's on there, and I know they're going woke right now, but for all the good stuff that's on there, I can't see them. I think I could get it. I just, I got enough on my plate as it is at the moment, in terms of like what programs and or whatever we can own. But let's see here. I'll check the main homepage. So yeah, there's a lot of Terminator videos. There's stuff on Mandalorian. I think I want to believe the Mandalorian will be good. I really want to believe that. It's just for one thing, it's Disney, so they're going to fuck it up. And then there's the fact that some people say basically the Mandalorian is just the Disney-fied Boba Fett, because they can't nor want to use Boba Fett because he's a classic character. And we all know Disney has a thing against the classics. I mean, after all, isn't that their message? What was it again? Let the past die. Kill it if you have to. So, yeah, they have a thing against classics. They have no respect for legacy at all. They say they do, but it's all a hypocritical lie. And, well, let's just face it, we don't want liars and hypocrites in charge of anything. Let's see here. I think okay, I think my thing here is just a little slow. This show is definitely not woke. I don't know what you consider woke, though. List your things of wokeness. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, obviously, Ghostbusters 2016. I didn't see it in theaters, thankfully, but I did see it on video. And yeah, it was at the time, I believed it was a good entertaining comical movie, just wasn't a good Ghostbusters movie. I will say the one bit I actually found entertaining was the one guy saying, "Hey, what's that out there?" "Oh, it's a bird." And then he just flips them the bird. I thought that was a good one. I play that one on my stepdad a lot. Definitely Last Jedi, but I don't know. I don't know if I could add Force Awakens to that, because I mean it was mild and it was very, very entertaining in terms of because I mean wokeness is not entertaining, but and then what else? Captain Marvel definitely felt woke. But yeah. Earlier, I saw a video from John Talks and Ryan Johnson. Johnson is at it again. Oh, he's lashing out at the fans who didn't like TLJ. Ruin Johnson just never learns. Yeah, definitely doesn't. Do I like John Campea? I really don't know much about him, except I know from a little of what Jeremy says from Geeks and Gamers. And I understand if you're not a fan of Jeremy. I can understand that. But I'm definitely not a fan of... I don't seem to be a fan of Campea because, I mean, when you look at how Jeremy tells it, you know, he was a fan of Campea for a long time. In fact, Campea was partially the inspiration for him starting up Geeks and Gamers. But then, you know, he tried to reach out and, you know, kind of like be friends with the guy. Guy wanted nothing to do with him. But then all of a sudden, Jeremy speaks out against the Last Jedi, and you know, that only then does Campea want something to do with him, and he wants to, you know, insult him, and that's just not. Hey, Rosetta.
Hey.
That's just not cool. How you just you interact with someone, just insult them, especially if they've been a fan of yours. So it just goes to show what a shallow human being John Campea is, in my opinion.
Campea is a piece of crap. Sorry.
That's okay. I already dropped the F-bomb on this stream, so no point in holding back.
Good, because I'm only going to hang out a while because I do my painting marathons on Mondays.
Ah.
As you can kind of tell, I'm sorting supplies for that.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice to know Ahmed Devecha loves Jeremy.
I love the fact that every time I tease Jeremy, he either likes it, retweets it, or laughs when I do it in the chat streams.
Ah.
Because I've gotten him to almost fall out of his chair teasing him a few times. And that's fun.
Same here, Amit. Same here. All I know, like I said, all I know is about what Jeremy told about his experience with Campea. And
Campea is the one who's decided if we don't like things, it means we're sexist, racist man babies in basements humping our cousins.
Yeah, so basically it sounds like he's in Hollywood land.
That's a nice way to say he's a dick wanker.
No, I mean, like, do gay characters making a show woke? Does a girl being a main character make a show woke to different actors?
If they're race swapping and gender swapping or throwing politics everywhere or making them absolutely ridiculously unfeminine in order to try to show them as strong, i.e. 80-pound wisps acting like they're men and beating up people 5 times their size, that's woke. But strong women, no.
Oh yeah, that is a cat in the background. So I don't know where the cats are.
Oh. It's so 1 year anniversary and you're still being too much of a wuss to be on camera, huh?
What?
It's your 1 year anniversary and you're still too big of a wuss just to turn on your camera, huh?
I am not too much of a wuss. I'm just well, let's just say I just woke up a little while ago just to make this, and I'm not. I mean, I did shower, but that doesn't necessarily make me presentable.
And this would be different than normal. How?
Well, first off, I did want to show off my badass icon. But hey, if you want to see me on camera, then here you go. And again, and I'm in the same robe that I was in when I took that picture.
I'm sorry, I'm horrible, I know. I've been remaking my area here so I have lots of space to paint while I'm working. Because I'm doing a lot of painting streams right now. Shut up, ornery! I don't give a shit. Cat.
Always ornery, apparently.
Athena's good. She doesn't cause any trouble, really. Other than gloating at ornery when I bathed her.
Well, she is still new to the house, I think, right?
She doesn't cause much trouble. Her big trouble is getting into places where we can't get her back out without having to empty out and clean out sections of the house. Because she likes
when I had Sahara, when I had my cat Sahara, we were living in this one house on the second floor. One time, she got out the back door, went down the into this little basement shed or storage shed under the house, and we could not get her out. It was like a small bit. We could not get her to come back out, and I was crying because I didn't want to lose my cat. And so, you know what my stepdad did?
What?
He got a big box of cat food, shook it up, and then made her come out, and then grabbed her by the scruff to carry her up back into the house.
Yeah, Athena, you cannot pick her up by the scruff.
Yeah? Why?
You can't get that close to the scruff of her neck without getting clawed. She was rescued as an abused cat, and she freaks out at things at the back of her neck.
Okay, understandable.
So you actually have to carefully cradle her under the stomach, or she won't let you pick her up.
Oh.
And she still only lets me do it. Nobody else is allowed to.
Shut
the hell up! Looks right at me, twitches her nose, and then meows louder.
No. If I'd known that that you yelling at a cat would be the entertainment of the show, I would have retitled this "Yelling at Cat Show."
Look, we have this station now here where I have a couple giant carts next to me. I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of projects here to paint, along with a whole bunch of canvases, painting books, and hundreds of paints here, all organized right around me in this little spot. And that's what I'm doing is I'm putting the last ones in.
I haven't seen the new Scooby-Doo trailer.
I couldn't give a shit less. All these remakes suck.
It's a remake?
Well, it's automatically a remake. I mean, they're doing Scooby-Doo. I'm really a cynical person, by the way.
Well, I think you need to get a little bit out of the cynicism, in my opinion. Put a smile on that face.
Oh, I smile while I paint.
Oh, that's good.
But today I did wake up feeling quite depressed from both the weather and Veterans Day.
Oh. Today's Veterans Day?
Yes.
Didn't even know it. Wow.
Grandpa.
Sorry to hear that.
I just lost my grandpa a couple months ago.
I remember that.
Between the military and all the after military stuff he did, he served over 70 years. So I've been a little emotional today.
Well, I hope things get better for you.
That's why I paint.
Painting helps you feel better.
Punching things does too, but that can get me in legal trouble.
Yeah. Playing and shouting at video games makes me feel better.
That's because you're a doofus.
No, that's just my catharsis.
I'm amazed you know what that word means.
It's not so much a doofus after all, am I?
No, you're still a doofus.
Typical. Oh, Fred Flintstone says the new Scooby-Doo movie called Scoob is not a remake. It's the origins of the Mystery Gang from...
It's still a form of remake. They're still making something that used to be popular again. And it's just a basically prequel remake. I'm just at the point, no more prequels, no more sequels, no more remakes, no more reboots. Just freaking make something new.
Well, I always did say that if they had done Terminator 3, one of the possibilities could have been both prequel, midquel, and sequel at the same time, where the third movie is basically set in the future war, the Cameron future war, with black and blue landscape, silver shiny machines, purple lasers shooting around. And basically, it's Kyle and John trying to capture a T-800, and then the T-800 tells them that Skynet's about to activate the time machine, and so they got to race to wherever the time machine is before it's too late. And that's how John sends the Terminator and Kyle Reese back in time.
This is when I always lose points with the group. I was never a Terminator fan.
You've never been a Terminator fan?
No.
Oh, wow.
My tastes are very old-fashioned, by the way.
You ever see the movies?
Yes.
So you've seen Terminator 1 and 2.
Not my style at all.
It's just not your thing. Okay. It's understandable. I mean, I have an uncle who never really was a Star Wars fan, but he never pretended to be one, and he never outright bashed them. He just, he made it clear it's just not his thing. So, he just, I tried to get him into it, like around the time Phantom Menace came out, but yeah.
I love Star Wars. I love Star Trek, but I'm still actually more into mythology and Middle Earth kind of stuff than I am even those.
Yeah.
So that's
believe it or not, I'm like, I know you're not too much of a fan of Costner, but like I said, the Costner Robin Hood film, Prince of Thieves, is my favorite. And
you really you play that term down so much. It's not that I'm not really a fan of him. It's that I have visceral dreams of being him or how he treated my family when they filmed Dances with Wolves.
I know. But basically, when I think of Amon Hen from Fellowship of the Ring, the landscape, even if you took away the old stone structures and the statues, the landscape with like the dead leaves on the ground kind of reminded me of Sherwood Forest in
See, I need to do this thing. But that's going to take a lot of paint and time.
Yeah, especially if you're going to do each individual line.
Oh, of course.
Different colors.
But I got off a clearance rack, so I couldn't resist, even though usually I just freeform stuff. It was really cheap, marked down, and it's actually full wood box. Nice piece.
So, yeah, you're not alone on this front. You and Ahmed Devecha both love Star Wars and Star Trek.
I am more Star Trek than Star Wars. As I keep explaining to people, Star Wars was very action and spiritual. Star Trek was very cerebral, intellectual, scientific. So while they're from a lot of the same realm of sci-fi, they had a very different audience they were trying to appeal to. I'm not really going to, honestly, don't care that much on that either. I'm not a fan of movies that glorify villains.
So I take it you're not a fan of the Joker.
I don't know, because it's not really, I don't go to theaters really, so. I do want to see it. But
if you took a chance going to a theater to see that, but make sure, first off, make sure you're, it's, whatchamacallit. Make sure that, not many other people are going at the same time as you. And then, but yeah, I think that is one movie that is worth going to a theater for.
I just don't really, and I've gotten more and more against that the longer. I'm having more issues dealing with crowds lately.
Fred was only joking with that whole Godfather or Godmother.
I want to, it wouldn't even surprise me at this point. That's the thing. I am so at the point where nothing surprises me. Whatever they pull in Hollywood, I would just go, okay, it's Hollywood.
Holly weird, some people call it.
Hollywood.
Yeah. I would call it
it wouldn't even surprise me anymore. And that's kind of the sad part too, because it's just like, whatever.
Joker was awesome, definitely.
But that's also not so much about glorifying the villain as showing how he became it.
Well, here's the thing, like I said, I did enjoy the movie, but I still, to this day, prefer the classic origin of Joker, where, he was already just a vile, deranged gangster, and he fell into the vat of chemicals, and it just made him worse. Because that's the thing. I feel like the chemicals were similar to the super soldier serum in the MCU, Captain America First Avenger. Good becomes great, bad becomes worse. So basically the chemicals were, it took one dip in it, and it took a already deranged mad and made him worse. That's just my personal feeling on the matter. Hey, everything Star Wars, welcome. Like the stream, save the dream. I like that.
What if I don't like him?
Ha 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 ha! Funny. The anniversary.
So no, I woke up very maudlin and set this morning. So I'm trying to look up techniques for the best way to paint camo patterns in the background of paintings.
Yeah, like I said, I just woke up to want to get this stream up because, I realized I missed my opportunity doing it on November 3rd, the anniversary of my first video. So just why not do it today?
That's what I need to figure out because I technically posted 2 videos last year, but they were only posted as a way to save the link to share them to my family. They were from a concert clip. They had nothing to do with the actual page building. And they weren't even listed as public until I started all this summer. So,
if you ever personally want to go back and see what my first video was, it was me talking about Star Trek. But it wasn't so much the wokeness, it was so much my view on like most of the, Star Trek, especially Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. But Ahmed,
do I need to use some colorful metaphors here?
Funny. But Ahmed, sort of on the Jack Nicholson Joker. I mean, that origin is a good origin, yes. If I were to personally be allowed to tell my version of the Joker origin, it would obviously be a Batman film. And, there's just as much focus on Batman as there is the Joker, equal balanced. I would open, of course, with the Batman seeing his parents die, and then do a time skip where he's already Batman, and basically he's out for revenge. He's not out as a noble vigilante. He is out for revenge. He's looking for Joe Chill. And then, like the Brave and the Bold episode based on a comic, Brave and the Bold, he finds Joe Chill and he unmasks himself, telling him who he is and why he's here. He's going to kill him. And then basically, because after all, if you remember that line, I am vengeance, I am the night, I am Batman. Vengeance is the original reason Batman is who he is.
Well, I'm even getting into it with my fellow fandom folks. Batman was never a true hero. He was always a vigilante on the edge near anti-hero. And yes, he did kill in the comics.
Here's the thing. Here's how my story goes. It's along the same line. It starts off with him a vigilante going to be a hero.
And he does become more a hero in the comics.
Exactly. But the weight of his past of being a vigilante weighs on
of him being anti-gun, anti-killing, and all this stuff that the movies have done is not accurate.
Nah, because that was something made by the Comics Association or whatever.
That was something that was added to the movies when they did the fucking horrible Batman and Robin.
But yeah.
Where he gave a whole speech about how evil guns are and then had guns built into his car after taking them from her.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, basically I would have it where Joe Chill runs off in a panic. Batman's chasing after him. But then Joe Chill runs out in the middle of the road, gets run over, dies. And Batman is angry because he feels he's been denied his vengeance. Then he hears on one of the police scanners of a break-in at Ace Chemicals. And he decides, I was denied my vengeance here. Might as well take out my aggression elsewhere. And then so he goes there, and then he finds the Red Hood. He's not like a patsy like in The Killing Joke. The Red Hood is a gangster who, he's got the red cloak and hood. He's got a purple suit on, and he's got a gun in hand. And so, yeah, basically he and his goons are trying to rob the place. And then basically Batman comes, starts picking each of them off one by one, scaring the Red Hood up onto a catwalk. And then, basically he and the Red Hood and Batman struggle. And then Batman holds him up like by the scruff of his, by the collar. And he's got an angry look in his eyes. And then like in the original comic, the original Batman comic, he throws him into the vat of chemicals and says, a fitting end to his kind. But then...
by the way, I have to say something to the chat right now.
Yeah.
Everything Star Wars, if he knows much about either of us when we stream, just won some points with his comment. Below that.
Okay. One of my favorite Batmans was with Jim Carrey. That's my favorite too. Batman Forever.
Because it's the one I think a lot of people actually automatically pan it because I've talked to a lot of people who seem to not realize that that's not the same one as the freaking horrible.
Yeah, though I will admit some of the things that were in Batman and Robin did start in Forever, but Forever is still a damn good movie. I will defend that. I will defend that just as much as Jeremy defends the prequels. But yeah, take care, Fred. Yabba dabba doo. Welcome back.
Hi.
You're in time for my my stream.
Really?
Yeah.
Give him shit for us.
But yeah, as I was saying, back to the whole Batman or how I would do the Batman origin. After the whole fight at Ace Chemicals, Joker would come about. And then Batman, when he goes after him, Joker talks as if they met before. Batman doesn't know who he is. This is an angry vigilante Batman who is not the world's greatest detective just yet. And so, because of that, Joker keeps taunting him, and he's like trying to investigate the Joker, but he can't for the life of him figure out who he is. And then, so one last encounter, he's like, "Oh, you still haven't figured it out?" And then he just pulls out the Red Hood. And then that's basically how Batman learns who he really is. He's the guy from the chemicals. And so basically, Batman is even more eager to beat the crap out of him and kill him. But what's up?
Just making faces at you.
Oh, typical.
And interrupting you just to piss you off.
Typical.
That's
But yeah, basically, Batman would beat Joker, and then he's about to kill him. But then he realizes his anger and thirst for revenge created this madman to begin with. And so then and there, after he has the chance to kill the Joker once and for all after their first encounter, he chooses not to based on his own mistakes, not because of Joker, not because he feels Joker could be redeemed. And so, yeah, Batman knocks Joker out, leaves him for the cops, and then Batman slowly begins his path of redemption. That, I think, that's why I don't entirely bash the Ben Affleck Batman, because I think that was what what Zack Snyder was trying to do. He wanted to start off Batman in a very dark, unforgiving place, and then have him begin his journey to redemption.
I could say that I have a feeling I could piss off a lot of my good friends because I'm not a Snyder fan.
Understandable if you're not a Snyder fan.
I really actually don't like almost any of the things he's done with movies. And, You're talking about somebody who streams with and talks with people like Lethal and Abu and them all the time, who are the kings of these Snyder Cut people.
Well, here's the thing. Well, I got two things on that. You got to give Snyder credit on one thing.
No, I don't.
People may rip on his take on the DCU, but he never came out and attacked fans, unlike a certain jerk off of working for Disney Lucasfilm. And then there's the fact that
well, I have to correct one statement. You said you have to give him. No, actually, nobody has to do anything.
True.
Yeah,
true.
Like to give him credit. Like I said, my issues with Snyder are nothing personal. I just don't like his films.
Understandable there. But yeah, and another thing is that the Snyder Cut, yeah. There was a time where Superman 2 was the only Superman 2 until they released the Richard Donner cut. And sure, it wasn't perfect. They had to take some aspects of the Superman 2 movie and spliced it together with some of the stuff that Donner himself filmed. But the thing is, I read about the theatrical Superman 2 and how it wasn't Jor-El that helped him out. It was the memory of his mother, which is good. But basically, it was just overall goofy and silly. You know, he took his shield off his chest, and then it turned into like sticky wrap and wrapped up one of the villains. I mean, really, what kind of superpower is that? And then, of course, he wipes out Lois's memory of learning he's Superman and all that with an amnesia kiss. That was just silly. And look, Superman, he is, you know, incredible, but he's not magic. That's why magic is his weakness. And so
since he brought up Christopher Reeve in chat, I do have to point out a couple things on Christopher Reeve here.
Yeah.
He did spend quite a bit of his life in a wheelchair after being thrown from and kicked by a horse.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
He did get out of the wheelchair before he died. He actually got back into doing physical stuff and events. Which took a lot of physical therapy and stuff. So again, same reason why I have mad respect for what Curry's been going through and the fact that he's up out of his after a decade in it. I have mad respect for people who won't let their issues or their disabilities or their injuries stop them.
Yeah. It's just, yeah, because I mean, it's sad. A lot of people consider Christopher Reeve their Superman.
Yeah.
And it was heartbreaking to think about Superman in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
It really was.
And welcome, Darth Annihilus.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. It was being weird.
Yeah, I just we just wanted to finish our line of conversation.
Yeah, no worries.
Don't let him fool you. It's just that he's an inept doofus.
Oh, they followed me from my apartment in New York. I get no respect.
And you can't do that voice for shit.
That's pretty good. I do Rodney Dangerfield.
Screw
No,
you.
it's not.
You know what, mate?
He's up to it.
Uh,
I called Suicide Hotline. They put me on hold. Jeez, I tell you.
Actually, he's doing the voice better than you did, Jetty.
oh, my stepdad does a better voice than me. Typical.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Dun,
That's what I do.
The people have hijacked my own stream.
You're the idiot who sent me a link. I just have to point that out.
Like Slave Leia did in your picture.
Screw you! She was not people's elbowing my crotch. She was just resting on my lap.
Yeah, that's one way I look at it.
You wish.
Ugh.
One way, but it's one way.
Oh,
Is that home?
but yeah, back to what I was saying about the Snyder Cut. I actually saw the Superman Richard Donner cut because I realized that was meant to be the original movie, not the theatrical one that was released. So when I saw the Richard Donner, I bought the Richard Donner cut, saw it, and I was like, wow, this is a very good, deep Superman story. And yeah, so I didn't see the theatrical cut because I prefer the Richard Donner version. And that's a good eye, by the way.
Hello,
Very
Riot.
good.
I
And
figured them out. I do the Celestial ones. They come out well, but they take me about 5 to 6 hours of painting. I do the eyes. I can do them in less than an hour usually.
but yeah, see, the thing is, I like that they released the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2 because it really feels more like it's connected with the first movie, and it kind of finishes his vision of Superman. And so because of that, I feel like maybe they should do this Zack Snyder cut of the Justice League. So this way, people do have the choice between which is better or worse, the release version or the Snyder cut. Give the people the vote, you know?
Indeed.
Meh. I'm sorry. I'm just a snarky person.
Also, Joel Schumacher admitted Batman and Robin was a failure, and he apologized to fans and never attacked them. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
And
Unlike
I
someone
want to
else,
thank
I
all
could
the
mention.
people. I want to thank all the people who were nice in chat about the eye I'm working on,
Mm-hmm.
because I actually do put a lot of work into these things.
I like that avatar you got there, Riot.
That is indeed a pretty
And by
awesome.
the way, I also want to say that I totally scooped everybody who's a buddy of Riot. She actually revealed her face on my stream.
Ah. And it's actually been almost a year for her doing YouTube as well.
So-
And would you like to come on?
Same for me, actually.
Ah, cool.
Like I said, even though technically I have those videos posted over a year ago, they were posted for family and they were locked and not even public until this summer, so I still don't really count those.
Oh, that's what everything said. Star Wars said about my my talking.
Like Chris from Family Guy.
Yeah, can you believe that? I get no respect.
Yeah, we've done artwork of things like calling Orange Hat Orgasm Hat, and you're complaining about how I treat you.
But
I
yeah,
don't. And speaking of which, I don't know why Odin told everybody I torture people.
Because you do.
Nice girl.
Alrighty, where's the thing here? Let me see here. Give me a moment. I'm gonna see if I can. Oh, there we go. Let's see.
I also figured something else out with these.
What's up?
These eye arts I'm doing, I actually can probably sell these decently cheap.
Ah,
At least these paper ones, because I got the paint quality paper really cheap.
and Riot Kitty, I believe I just sent you a link. It said Riot Kitty Alistair edition, I think, or All Star edition, I think. Definitely, the avatar was definitely different from the one that's showing up here on StreamYard.
Indeed.
Oh, and unfortunately, at school between classes. Oh, okay.
Darn.
Oh well. Yeah, I sometimes.
Class, it's Veterans Day. It's a holiday.
Oh, okay.
Colleges still do sometimes.
I don't remember if I got Veterans Day off.
I think he did.
Okay.
It's not high school. She's in college, and some colleges
Oh.
still do.
Okay. Oh wow! Apparently, World Class Bullshitters has now uploaded a video called the Great Streaming War.
Ha.
First, for a moment there, I thought it was a live stream and he was trying to compete with me.
Who will win the fight?
Uh-huh.
Why would anyone try to compete with an unarmed man?
Oh!
Dang.
Well, I'm down. Why don't you?
Yes. I mean,
Oh, Jetty, I've got some sad news.
Oh, what's up?
Jetty has, XCOM Jetty has suffered a fatal shot to the face, but he is better now.
And wasn't that on my stream too?
I don't know what you're talking about. He's fine.
That was on my stream.
Yes, it
I know
was,
what
but he's
I know what I'm
fine.
talking about. In fact, I can show him the clip if you want.
I couldn't tell.
I mean, if you want, sure, go for it.
Well, that's if you want. It takes work to do that.
Well, was it at least quick and painless?
I don't remember exactly how it happened, but it was partially the fault of this inept commander here. I kind of put you out in the open to get a good shot, and I forgot to move you after that, so yeah. Oops.
Oops.
But it's okay. I reverted the save. He's fine.
Oh, well, that's good.
Rosetta hates me for it.
Oh, you wanted me to stay dead, didn't you?
No comment.
Oh, I knew you were kicking me while I was down.
I'm not that type of girl.
Oh,
Also-
really?
Also, Rosetta is now our third Jedi.
Ah,
Hello,
Let me
Jesse.
let me guess. Crimson red lightsaber.
No.
Purple.
Oh,
Let's see. I have the red, Rosetta has the purple, and that Star Wars girl has the yellow.
mm.
And she can also deflect blaster shots now, so she is now officially the scariest squad member I have so far.
Of course she is. Oh, Brian the Observer asks, where can I find Rosetta's channel?
You can find it in the mists of time. No.
Click the little buttons at the side to go to channel from chat. I just typed in there.
Jesse Miller just woke up.
I
Awesome.
already said morning, Jesse. Are you not paying attention again?
Sorry.
Shame, shame, shame.
And Kermit the Log, welcome. I saw your first comment up at the top of the chat earlier.
Kermit is badass.
Hello, Kermit.
Yeah.
That
Has
frog.
Piggy been a bad girl lately?
I thought he skinned her and turned her into a mask and condoms.
She could have gotten better.
I think I can go for a walk.
Right, and he says you can find said channel in the pits of hell.
Well, thanks a lot.
And now who's kicking who while they're down?
I've been there. I didn't see your channel there.
Oh man. Oh.
I just want to point out, while these people are making comments about me being the devil and being in the pits of hell and stuff, I'm actually on the board of a church.
Oh wow.
Ironic.
Very ironic.
So, do you guys think that's good now, or
So
should I add anything else?
you're sitting in between God and Satan.
How's that look, or should I add anything else?
It looks good.
Is it supposed to be like an animal eye or like a beast eye, like a dragon or something?
Most of them are based on dragon eyes. I just kind of do some abstraction to them.
Okay, hold it up a second, please.
It's got a couple colors already in it too.
I
I was trying to give this one kind of an illusionary woo effect to it.
Ooh. Almost like
It
an
does look
optical
cool.
illusion.
What colors are you going to add to it, or are there colors and I just can't tell?
There's let's see
It looks black and white.
Yeah.
Because there's actually quite a bit of greens in it here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, there
I think
it
I
is.
see it now.
It's
Yeah,
got green highlighting all through it. So
yeah. The darn lighting made it look just black and white.
thank you, God.
Let's see. Curious where your YouTube view hours went. Suddenly it's 1,900. It was almost 4,000 yesterday. Yeah, I actually had that. I mentioned that earlier. Before when the stream was
Viewership on my streams and my videos has been cutting in half for some reason on everything.
I think I know why.
Because YouTube's fucking bullshit.
No, not just that. It's watch hours. Because in order for me to or anyone to get monetized, you need like 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. When I go to the thing to check my watch hours, it says these are how many watch hours you've gotten in the last 12 months. And since I've been on YouTube a whole year, earning over 800, it got cut in half yesterday when I checked it. And I think that's because in the last 12 months, I didn't hit the high mark to get monetized, so it got cut in half or something like that.
That is so dumb. It's like they're artificially making it more difficult for that to happen.
It depends on how if you do a lot of videos, the live streams will cut into your videos. But if you pretty much just do streams, it doesn't do as much. I'm sorry about the other part of that, Jesse, but yeah, I mean, I technically posted 2 videos to family last year, but that did nothing. But it had been about 6 months since I actually started doing any videos with the group, and only a few months since I actually started doing most everything. December 10th, be very freaking careful. A lot of us might go away because they added a clause saying that they can remove you and ban you for no reason if they view you're not commercial enough to be profitable.
Yes, answer.
Shit. But I like streaming stuff.
So do
Yeah.
I. I'm telling you flat out, if they fucking pull it on my channel, I will make sure every person I know is blasting them for going after the little disabled mixed race girl. I will use their own fucking political bullshit against them.
Yeah, that may be it too. They're gonna change. They changed the terms of and policies or whatever, terms of agreement or whatever, by December 10th. So maybe that's already. But yeah, YouTube is already a mess because Ivan Ortega's channel got taken away from him.
Yeah, I remember
that was just bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been hearing about it. I didn't actually know him because of when I came into the group, and he was already out most of that time. So I've never actually interacted with, but I still don't like hearing that's happening to anybody.
I hope he gets it back.
I hope they quit being freaking cumwads.
Ivan Ortega lost his channel. He had 35K subs. Yeah, and the channel is back, and I was still subbed to him. But yeah, it's like he can't access the account now, which is bullshit.
Damn. Do we know why?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like if any other new content is made and put on that channel, the money and such, the ad revenue will not go to him. It'll go to some other group or whatever.
It is up right now. I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been hacked and they won't do anything to restore it to him.
Yeah. Because YouTube sucks. It really, really sucks.
I'm the one who started Odin singing that. I did that.
Don't like it, do ya?
Don't make me go postal on your fucking ass, Jetty boy.
Don't make me troll you, Rosetta Allen.
You suck at trolling anyways.
I don't suck anything. Except lollipops, of course. I mean, who doesn't enjoy a good lollipop?
Proper trolling. Did you see the picture that was posted that somebody did a meme of Ryan basically pegging Jeremy?
No.
And Jeremy commented on it going, Geeks and Gamers was a mistake. Holy shit. And I comment to him, well, to be fair, anyone who would buy pre-ripped jeans would definitely be in the receiving end. That's trolling. There's a balance.
He should just do another channel and let people know it is his new channel.
Let's bring balance to the force.
Yeah, because I mean, with all the people who already subbed to him, if they know that he's got a new channel, then they'll all want to go right over to the new one, and then he'll blow up back to his old status almost instantly.
Hopefully he doesn't get hacked again when that happens.
Hopefully.
See, so he got hacked. The channel's back up, but YouTube's not going to do anything to
Well, the
give it.
thing is, he says he doesn't know for sure if it was an actual hack or just a screw up on YouTube's part.
Right.
Yeah, I call crap on that. If somebody's using it, it was a hack. Just from my knowledge on dealing with computers.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would get plenty
He's trying to be polite.
and word would get out. I do not suck lollycock.
Okay, Jesse Miller, I love your comments. You're awesome.
I have to admit, I find that very funny too, but no, I do not.
No comment on me.
Kind of worried because you already made a video criticizing YouTube. They could terminate you for it. Oh, right, Kitty. I hope that does not happen. I mean, you said it yourself. You're still, I think, new to this, aren't you? Like a year's worth, roughly. Ryan the Observer says not at all. Not all. Yellow Flash has 2 channels. His second channel is 1/5 the amount. Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Tommy Juice of A Gamer I follow also got hacked. He can only use his PS4 to stream. He should also do the same. He has 2K subs.
Wow. Everything's just going to heck in a handbasket, isn't it?
Yeah, YouTube's new terms of agreement and policies just, it's ruining everything now.
Yeah.
And their algorithm was already screwed from what I hear.
Like, what are they trying to achieve? Silence everyone who disagrees with them?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes. And they want to make sure that they have clauses where no new account can be built up if they don't approve of you.
if we're not careful, YouTube could lose Cobra Kai. Because, I mean, one of the whole reasons I even got the YouTube Premium was so I can watch Cobra Kai. And now, if it's fucking up all accounts, they could end up shooting themselves in the foot and we'd lose Cobra Kai for it.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about an entertainment show. I'm worried about what they're doing to people.
I understand that. But the thing is, it's a good entertainment show, near and dear to everyone's hearts. And so it would really hurt them if YouTube's fuck ups with people affect also their own entertainment. What is that?
I don't know yet. I'm very.
Because I think it looked like you were trying to recreate the eye, but on a smaller one.
Well, first of all, it's the same size page because it's the same palette.
Oh.
Second of all, I'm doing a bunch of the eyes because I'm going to try to sell them, but I'm not recreating any of the same colors or patterns.
That's good. Good to know you got your StreamYard's interface with Twitch.
I will not use Twitch.
Why not? What's
They're
wrong
way
with
too
Twitch?
offensive of the freaking thous and the bull crap.
Huh?
Thou, ho over there, near girls, slut faces.
Okay.
So basically, Twitch is basically a combination of YouTube and Twitter.
Only worse.
That's why you chose YouTube to have your channel on, right?
No.
No? Why?
Because it's where I connected because I was looking at videos and stumbled into people because I was looking stuff up for how-tos on projects.
I always got into YouTube years ago because it was a place where I can watch clips of my favorite movies and such. And then, when I started seeing people post reviews of, the newer Star Wars movies and how they were just getting worse and worse, I realized I want to be part of this now.
I ran into this in entire group by accident because it pulled up one of Anna's videos while I was researching how to do painting techniques.
Ah. Oh,
Painting techniques are pretty awesome.
I've been banned off everything else, so used to it. Oh, wow. What happened is the cable company lost all their money. Now they're trying to force their way into this to try to make their money back, and all
No,
they're going to do is kill this because no one.
Google is absolutely anti-human rights.
Uh,
They've proven it time and time again with multiple things. They have no respect for private property, people's things. They've been caught recording into people's homes and garages for their stupid street videos and stuff. Google has no concept of any decency. They're a fucking piece of shit company.
and
I
yet
wouldn't want to
people
work
still
for
use
it
them.
ever.
And yet people still use them.
If it wasn't for the fact that YouTube's the only place where I have access to a lot of people that I care about, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't use them in any other way. I hate
And, someone was on Instagram for 2 days and got banned.
For 2
Orange Hat.
days?
Orange Hat got banned the same day because he connected his Facebook and they said that he was politically, and he was not politically a match for the site.
Jeez.
He got banned the same day without even posting.
What a bunch of assholes. They banned him because of his politics? That's stupid.
Yeah,
What
he's
else?
got on tirades about that on my channel.
Okay, what else? I'm clearly behind on comments here because they're like going speeding right by, and we're also talking. So let me try and get through this. Yeah, it's good that you can get it to stream with almost any platform. Burn it all. Only use YouTube to watch clips of videos and movies. Yeah, same here. Or at least I did for a while. Darn it, wrong one. The thing jumps on me. I'm a free elf, says Jesse Miller of the Crow's Nest. Joined YouTube to socialize and meet great people such as you guys from all over the world. It is a great experience for me thus far. Same here, dude. I just, I wanted to connect with Jeremy and Anna and Jesse, and then it grew from there.
Yep. Same here.
Mm-hmm.
Look closely at what happened to me a few days ago. When I melted down, who was it that actually had my back? It wasn't the people in my life, the ones who were screwing me over. It was the people on here.
Exactly. I started YouTube to get better at speaking, and well, cause a lot of people were doing their own thing, and I thought it would be fun. That's nice, right, Kitty? Oh. Exactly. Stop right there.
I had a huge freaking meltdown a few days ago, and Annihilus knows about it.
Yeah, I do. I won't say anything because I don't want to, I don't know.
Put too much personal information out there.
Right. Ow.
I was absolutely
I can be good at finishing people's sentences sometimes.
having a freaking meltdown and emotional and all this, and I go into Hoff stream later to de-stress, and I'm sitting there and pop up, and I had messages from Mecca checking on me, saying she saw it and wanted to make sure I was okay and to know that we all love you and stuff.
That's nice.
Nick is the real MVP here.
I mean, literally had the messages sent to me in the middle of the night because she was checking on me because she heard that I wasn't doing well.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a special moment,
Mm-hmm. When you have one of the big-time YouTubers, sending you messages in the middle of the night, checking up on you, then you know that they care and they are good.
And that's the thing is I was in the chat on one of Milestone's streams when I started getting all these freaking flags and suspensions on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And it was late night, and I said that, yeah, apparently now I'm suspended because he reported me for defending Mecca. Yay. And she commented about being pissed about it and people should know this. And I went to bed and forgot about it, kind of, until the next day.
Mm-hmm.
When I signed on, opened up Mecca's stream, and she was ranting about the guy screwing with me.
Yeah.
because apparently Jesse told everyone.
Oh, wow.
So I kind of feel like there's some people have my backs right now, you know, because I've had quite a bit of people screw with me recently, and
Take care, dude.
several larger people on these street channels and streams checking on me and taking care of me and protecting me.
Yeah. So you're a
Jesse
friend.
Miller. Jesse Miller says, I lost a Twitter profile because of Starfleet. I remember those days.
What happened with Starfleet?
I have no clue. But yeah, it's just it's nice to know that Rosetta's a good friend to you. Mecca's a good friend to you, Rosetta.
Like, you know, those girls have had my back a lot. Josiah and Abu and them are the ones that checked on me and took care of me so much through losing Grandpa.
Mm.
And I mean, Abu Nas was sending me freaking messages like multiple a night, checking on everything, seeing how I was doing and everything when that happens.
Yeah, Abu Nas is awesome. Caught his stream the other
He
day.
is.
I love when he goes into the rap stuff. That's
Rap
the
is
fun.
not my thing.
Not my thing either. I do sometimes though.
I'm not a
take a
rap
moment
fan,
to
but
think.
I've got to admit, I've kind of warmed to when he's doing it.
Yeah.
Because
I actually take the time to think of what could be a funny, you know, rhyming rhyme to for him to rap to. That's why I type it in the chat, but I need time to think it out. Because that's the thing. Impromptu rap is not my thing.
So I got to interview Abu.
Hmm.
And when we're ending the interview, he ended it apparently with an entire song he'd put together and prepped to sing to me,
Oh wow.
appreciating that I was a part of the group. Yeah. Most of my life, I've just been the outsider among outsiders. It's kind of, I feel more accepted with this group. So
Ah. I just realized this whole time I had, I've been streaming. I forgot to share it on Twitter.
I was going to ask you how long
Oops.
you plan on doing this,
However long I think I can go.
because this is still my main marathon day, and I still have to start my stream pretty soon here.
You don't want to compete with each other now, do you?
Definitely not.
It's only Jetty. I'm just giving you crap, Jetty. You know that.
You're not the only one. Yin Yang over here. He's like bitching about wanting his computer back.
You know why, don't you?
Because it's your computer.
Exactly. I don't want it now. I'm just telling you, if I want it back, I'm taking it back.
Uh-huh. Let's see here. You can do 500 videos and can't share any of them. They don't even let you on Facebook. Sorry to hear that.
Wow.
Uh,
That's kind of crap.
maybe he had a close relationship with his own grandfather and he felt for you.
Which could be possible, but I mean, I have to say that there's quite a few people in this group who really have been there for me for a lot. And that kind of is a little humbling.
Maybe, yeah, I think I could join. Depends, because, there may be a game or two that you have that I don't or whatever.
Freaking Jesse Miller.
I know. He is awesome. If it wasn't for him, I'd still be a dead noob in GTA Online.
Yeah, I was looking at the comment there. Down by Riots at the bottom there, what he said.
When your dog was,
Uh,
yeah, I know that's, I know what it's like to lose a pet you love dearly.
puppy.
I've lost several, actually. The one that mattered most to me, though, was Sahara. 5th birthday present, and by the time I'm 18, she just had diabetes and wouldn't get better.
The one that hit me hardest was Strider.
Uh
And yes, I got that name where you're probably thinking.
huh. I kind of figured, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Because basically after I'd gotten very used to him for a few months, I found out that he had some pretty severe chronic medical issues from birth, and he didn't make it to a year old. So,
Aw.
Aww.
and the most sweet, adventurous cat I'd ever known. He loved to explore and go for rides and hike around in the woods with me.
Aw.
So, I miss him pieces. Yeah, Jesse Miller, actually, I was almost always the one who had to dig all the plots and bury the pets and stuff because we were always rescuing abandoned and abused strays, so we always had some we were losing too. You know?
Yeah.
Because A, you can't save them all. B, you're just going to have more statistical losses when you have that many pets. And that was usually me.
Let's find something to liven the things the hell up around here.
I'm not flashing anyone.
No one's asking you to.
On this stream.
I bet they ask you to flash on others.
I had some hints at it. I'll leave it at that. To be fair, it's not like I usually hide them that much when I'm doing stuff. Most of my shirts are more revealing than this. And I can't wear this shirt when I do the more complex painting stuff on my stream. I'm not getting paint on this shirt. So I've told you how little I handle crowds and stuff.
Yeah.
So, one sec here. Why would I not want to get paint on this shirt? It's a concert shirt.
A concert shirt? What concert?
I was Evanescence and Sterling.
Ah. Oh, what do we got here? Pokemon Masters for the phone, right, Kitty? Oh, wow. Okay.
So, pretty soon here, I have to get up and finish getting dressed and do my stream.
But, whatchamacallit? There's something I had in my mind I was going to mention.
That's a first.
Funny. But looks aren't everything.
You I don't know.
Again.
Yeah, I have to look at you every day.
No, you don't.
Of
We
course.
can hear every day.
Screw you.
No, thanks. I don't like baby food.
Ah!
You feeling ganged up on yet?
Yes.
Oh,
So, Annihilus.
Yo.
I saw you do that whole Dead Space game the other day, the other night, like a while back.
Uh-huh, the one where I kept dying on that one part.
Yeah, the tentacle.
Yeah, from a creature that you already killed in a previous chapter.
Yeah, that is weird, ain't it?
It was bullshit, that's what it was.
Yeah. But what other games do you plan on streaming besides that XCOM?
Mass Effect. I don't know anything else after that. There's a couple of other Star Wars ones I was looking at streaming. Possibly Jedi Fallen Order, maybe. KOTOR if I can get that setup working.
Do you happen to have the EA Battlefront game?
Yeah, on PC.
And I don't think PS4 can cross stream or cross play with PC.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it could.
And that's another thing that sucks. I'm trying to connect with all my fellow Fandom Menacers who also play video games, but most of the games, I even when I have the same game, we can't cross play between software, and that sucks.
Yeah. I don't know why technology hasn't caught up to it, or wait, because competition. I guess. You can tell from the way I said it what I think of that.
This is funny.
Oh.
What do you think, Rosetta?
Wow.
Yeah.
I was looking at the comment above that going, wow.
Oh. If someone made it rain on your channel, would you flash them?
Nope. Not because I'm ashamed of showing it, but because I'm a wife.
Well, we'll see you in a little bit, Jesse.
Limits.
Y'all know me. I am, well, Rosetta likes to make fun of me for this.
No, I don't. I don't make fun of you for it. I've just embarrassed the hell out of you a few times. Because I'm quite lewd and he's not. I told you, be proud of not being sexual with people. I was a virgin at my wedding.
I guess I never really considered it to be all that important,
I really didn't either till I did it.
Well, I sent an invite to when I was sending out the invites before the stream started. I sent one to Mad Squirrel. I got a response. Cool, but she does have the link. I don't know if she's unavailable or not.
She might be.
Maybe. Understandable. I mean, she's got a bunch of little squirrels to look after. I just wish she would tell them to stay the hell out of our backyard. I hate when they keep staring in through the window at me.
He's just looking at a nut, that's all.
No, they're looking for the real nut. That's you.
Blah, blah, Jetty. You're horrible at insulting.
Weak.
Very weak. I have been trying to teach you how to insult people, Jetty. Are you going to learn?
Fuck you, asshole.
No, fuck you, asshole.
No, fuck you, asshole.
How about something that isn't from a movie?
No, fuck you.
Q. What do you have against Q?
I said Hugh.
No, I said Q.
Don't correct me. Nobody corrects me except me.
When are you going to
Well,
correct
then you're never correct.
And Rosetta, apparently.
Padme, Leia, help me out here.
Oh, dear.
I'll help you out. Right out the door.
I hate to tell you, but nobody here is qualified to give you the kind of help you need. Just saying.
Battlefront 5?
Because technically, Battlefront 2 2017 is Battlefront 4.
Oh.
If you're like me and don't give a shit about the reboot being a reboot.
Yeah. I will say this. I would have liked to have seen the actual Battlefront 3 because they were actually going to finally put Padme in as a playable hero character in that game.
Yeah.
And it sucks. I mean, how many Battlefront games we've had now? They've had Leia, they've had Han, they've had Luke, they've had Mace Windu, Yoda. yet they can't give us fucking Padme? What is wrong? And
Apparently, they don't consider her important enough, even though they're supposed to be championing the female characters.
Yeah.
They're hypocrites and fuckwits. Don't you know anything?
And I also understand that in a lot of ways, Padme is a lot like Leia, but come on, I'm sure there's an ability or two that can make her different from Leia.
I'm sorry, I gotta say Leia's a lot more kick-ass than Padme.
Yeah.
But Padme is very inspirational. I think
Padme's a lot more soft-spoken and delicate than Leia was.
True, but she's very inspirational. The Clone Wars showed that.
She's a senator.
Yeah. True. I will say this. I will always see her as queen rather than senator.
Right. But
yeah, the thing is, I think maybe there could be an ability where he meant Battlefield 5. Okay. But yeah, the thing is, I think if you were to put Padme in Battlefront 2017, Battlefront 2, I think she could have this ability to kind of like the Commanders, where hit double both the L1 and L2, L1 and R1 button, and she like does this rally of sorts and all those within the radius of the rally are temporarily invulnerable to harm. Like she inspires them to fight on and be, unstoppable, Yeah. Kind of a call to how she is with Anakin.
Indeed.
You mean where she coddled him after he said he murdered a bunch of women and children?
I'll admit that was a bad bit there. I mean, sure, to be angry is to be human.
But it's but also don't kill.
Yes, especially women and children, even if they're part of a group that kidnapped your mother.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying you killed the children because they're animals and I slaughtered them like animals. That's sadistic psycho.
Yeah.
Sorry, he would have been Darkseid then.
You saw the shadow up against the house of Anakin, and it looked exactly like Darth Vader. So it predetermined that's the course he was going on.
Yeah, but that action would have turned him fully Darkseid.
One could argue that maybe the more she felt emotionally connected to him, the more her mind was weakening to his influence, and therefore the whole her enabling him for his murder of the Sand People was.
Wouldn't that have translated then after years later of them being married, she would have been more susceptible to him, especially while pregnant, and wouldn't have stood up to him later?
Sort of true, but I mean, I think that it only works if she's like, in the vicinity of him. And remember, she had some secret rebellion meetings.
You're going down a path that I can't follow. Come on, he first choked his pregnant wife.
True,
yeah.
True.
And I'm not anti-prequels. Those parts irritate me.
I will admit there were moments of bad writing, but
I remember
control of the Force.
But overall, there was still a decent story, which is something Disney can't tell to save their fucking lives.
Agreed.
At least not anymore. They used to. They used to be able to tell those kinds of stories.
Anakin Skywalker's in the chat. Welcome.
Hello, Skywalker. We were just talking about you.
Remember?
Yeah, talking about the fact that your wife and your daughter are cuddling up against me. Ooh.
Just remember when all these people say they're just movies for kids. Really? So there's mass genocide, murdering of children, and strangling your pregnant wife in kids' movies.
And not to mention in the original Star Wars movie, A New Hope, you had someone get their arm cut off in a cantina, and there was a blood trail because at the time they didn't know the effects of a lightsaber cauterizing the injury.
Also, the blaster shots in A New Hope are the most brutal ones in all of Star Wars.
And you got to focus on an entire planet being blown up.
Yep. And also, don't be too proud of that technological terror you've constructed. The power the station generates is nothing compared to the Force. Does anybody remember Darth Vane's thought bomb?
I do remember hearing something about a thought bomb, but I never actually, read about it. What's it about?
Okay, so it's basically this dark side ritual that is used when you gather a bunch of Sith together, they pool their energy and unleash it in this destructive wave. This wave kills all the Jedi and all the Sith within a certain blast radius, and it doesn't, it vaporizes their bodies, but it doesn't kill them. They are trapped at the epicenter of the blast, forever insane, forever linked, and they go mad because of it.
Wow. So basically, their bodies disappear, but their souls remain frozen in the spot they died in.
Yes.
Wow, that is messed up.
Yep.
And Darth Bane, creator of the Rule of Two, had that ability?
Well, he learned it from a holocron holocron of Darth Revan that he found.
Ah.
So Revan came up with it, but Bane used it. Or he tricked the leader of the Brotherhood of Darkness into using it. He was basically, oh yeah, you guys will survive, no problem.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, die!
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Crossies doesn't count, LOL.
Now the best Sith is here, Kylo Ren.
Yeah, I won't give you that unless you can actually create a lightsaber that makes any sense.
He says you can all bow down before me.
I don't know how we would let something go, Mr. Ren. Also, give Revan his mask back. He's gonna sue you for plagiarism.
Jason Solo, aka Darth Kaitis, called. He wants his story back.
Also, yeah, that sword, that saber, having the energy on the hilt like that would cut your fingers to shreds.
At least with Githany, the light whip makes sense, and you're not in danger of cutting yourself because you can actually train yourself to use the light whip effectively without worry of that happening.
Again, I can make a fair argument for the crossguard saber. I mean,
No, you can't.
Well, technically two. First off, I think if they had redesigned it better in a way where it would then it could be a little more plausible. But also because it's supposed to be an ancient design, it explains why no one except Kylo Ren used it by the time.
Because it was stupid, and they all realized it was stupid.
That's exactly true. But again, Kylo Ren. Clearly, he was stupid. That's why he's a bitch. Exactly, he's a stupid little bitch.
Indeed.
He's a CLB, creepy little bastard.
And can we talk about how bad the racial stereotypes between Finn and Rose Tico are?
And can we also talk about how people wanting Ren and Rey together is condoning an abusive relationship?
Exactly.
That's creepy as F.
I mean, if it was better written, maybe it would have worked, but no, it's horribly written.
Not even if it was better written, because I'm sorry, anyone who kills their father is beyond redemption.
Also, torturing her, gaslighting her, trying to make her feel worthless, manipulating, abusing.
That's exactly the hallmark of a abuser.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he goes beyond what normally male abusers go through. He is like a cross point of the worst of the abuse from both male and female.
Even Joker has that. Joker abuses Harley Quinn.
Wait.
Although, actually, to be fair, if you read the comics on it, she wasn't much better to him. She was abusive back.
Who?
The comics aren't the original Harley.
Oh, I'm talking about the ones they actually wrote to go with it when they first created her to the show in the 90s.
The animated series.
Well, I always saw there was a difference, really. Joker was eager to kill. Harley, she caused mayhem and destruction, but she never took a life.
And I'm not saying she was as evil, but it was not the relationship they built in the comics in the 90s was not a one-way abusive relationship. They were both abusive as F to each other in it.
Yeah, but the thing was, she was misguided. She thought she was in love with Joker and thought he loved her back because he always kept,
That's actually a common. That's actually a common thing with abusers, male and female, is this mistaking obsession for love is really common with abusers. So to me, that doesn't excuse it.
Right.
That I personally would like like I said, I personally would like to see a Batman story where before she ever met Joker, she may have been in the same college as Bruce Wayne. They were an item together, but then of course he leaves college to go travel the world and become Batman, leaving her, sad and alone. And then of course by the time he comes back, he tries to reconnect, but she's not exactly thrilled with him leaving, and so. Yeah, he basically becomes Batman, and then he beats up Joker one night, and then brings him to Arkham, and then Joker manipulates Harley, and then it sort of turns into a dark love triangle where she's torn between the bright, colorful yet evil Joker.
So are you trying to take Batman and turn it into a soap opera?
What?
It sounds like you're trying to turn Batman into a soap opera.
Why not? I mean, some of the best stories are soap operas.
Soap operas are dumb as shit.
Not entirely.
Yes, entirely. They're fucking moronic.
I have to
Star Wars
agree.
is a soap opera.
No, it's not.
I have to agree with Rosetta.
There
there.
is a difference between classical operas and drama stories versus soap operas. They're not the same.
Oh, wow. Pixelated Rosetta.
Ha! You thought
give
Pixel Ryan was bad. Get ready for Pixel Rosetta.
Now
Don't
I think
give it-
Nihilus is breaking up.
Darn it! Blagga, 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 blagga.
Uh-oh. I
Mikey,
think they're coming after my stream now.
Shepherd, Rex.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
No, this
Okay, I
is
think
where
you're
I
working
was.
now. Testing, 1, 2.
Hello.
that's what he
Speaker.
gets for defending soap operas.
I didn't catch that. What?
She said that's what you get for defending soap operas.
Oh, great.
Rosetta used her power here.
Ugh. Look, technically Star Wars is a space opera, but still,
Opera and
soap
soap
opera.
opera are not the same. I keep trying to tell you that. There's a
What is the difference?
No, they're trying to turn Star Wars into a soap opera. That's the difference.
A classical opera, yes, they may go corny and cheesy with story, but there was actually depth, writing, planning. Soap operas are intentionally created to have the most ridiculous points of all operas drawn out and slowed down to be more dramatic and more emotional and more over the top. And they are ridiculous caricatures of what an opera should be.
Okay. Do you think my idea of a Batman, Harley, Joker love triangle,
Sounds like a daytime soap opera with superheroes.
unless it's just a one-off story?
Yeah.
I mean, can you do it as a one-off story and it actually is good?
Eh,
I don't know. I'm not much for love triangle crap.
me neither.
Well, it's not so much love triangle so much as she is torn between light and dark. The Joker is bright and colorful, but he's a deranged lunatic. Batman is dark and broody, but he's a noble man. So, she's torn, but not in terms of attraction, but also in terms of soul.
I mean, I see what you're going for.
Yeah.
It's just not. It wouldn't be a story I'd be appealed to.
Well, understandable, but I'm pretty sure there would be some people out there who might be curious about this story. I could actually see it now. It's like that clock tower or cathedral tower scene in the Nicholson Joker film. Basically, there's a fight between Joker and Batman. Harley has learned that Bruce is Batman, and she's standing off on the side, conflicted, watching the two of them go back and forth. But then, Joker gets knocked over the railing. He grabs Harley, pulls her down. Batman leaps to the edge, grabs her, And then so basically
Now it's sounding cornier.
Batman's holding Harley's right hand, whereas Joker is dangling from Harley's left hand. She is literally in a tug of war between good and evil.
We are talking about Jetty here. He is the cornerstone of corny.
Yeah, but corniness is... I try to preserve the good of corniness.
You failed.
And that is why you fail.
Mm.
So yeah, basically, and the interesting thing is the ending to that could go either way. Either she can let go of Batman and fall into darkness with the Joker, or she could let go of Joker and be pulled to safety by Batman. So that's how I would do that. Obviously, not everyone seems to be in agreement on that.
Nope.
Soap operas are not
As
my
I said,
favorite.
it's not going to be anywhere near the same when I'm done.
So I see. Is that brown or orange?
That is not either. That is metallic red.
Metallic red? Wow.
Freaking look at how close it is to my red hair.
It looks nothing like your right hair. It looks like a completely different color.
You're out of your freaking mind.
I'm not colorblind. That's why you need glasses. Ha!
I actually wear glasses.
Actually, glasses have nothing to do with colorblind. You also just failed a biology joke.
Damn it.
LOL.
LOL, fuckwit.
No need to say LOL.
Trolled.
Just laugh. Go ahead, laugh. Laugh at me.
Miwahaha.
Laughing takes effort and could screw up my painting, and you're not worth that.
Oh my fecking god, I hate Elite so much.
Let's see here. Any? Nope. Still no other acceptings of invites.
Aw.
Well, I hate to be completely bitch and take attention from you, but I need to start my marathon that I always do.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you want to bail out, go ahead.
And I want your audience to bail out and follow me too. Haha.
Screw you.
I'll be setting up soon, and I'll be nice enough. You guys, when you're done here, can come hop on my panel.
Well, you have a good stream, Rosetta. Take care.
Later, Rosetta.
So, how's your day been so far?
Could be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But-
just one of those days. I
Yeah.
actually just, I scheduled this last minute last night
Heh.
because I just realized, it is the 1 year anniversary, or at least 1 year, 10-day anniversary.
Yeah, you screwed up on that department.
Well, my first video was, November 3rd, so I was so preoccupied the last week, I just forgot that November 3rd was the anniversary. And I figured start this, in the morning when a good chunk of people are just getting up and whatnot and may not be too busy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that game, Dead Space, you were playing. What exactly is it? I know we know it's basically Resident Evil 4 in space, but essentially, what is it about?
Okay, so, the premise of Dead Space is by the end of, the 25th century or whatever, Earth is just a complete shithole with no resources left because humans did the thing humans do.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, let's move to outer space and bust planets open with these giant lasers, with this method called planet cracking. They're literally breaking a planet apart and using its resources for Earth.
Mm.
So just taking that same destructive bullshit with them. And so they find this other this planet far out called Aegis 7, and it's been banned for unknown reasons. But the captain was like, yeah, okay, let's go here and do our thing. So they do that. And then, surprise, surprise, it's home to this thing called the Marker, which it also transforms people after death into, like, those monsters that we've been fighting.
Yeah.
And so Isaac Clarke, your player character, is on that ship to sort of find out what the hell went on, and also to find his girlfriend who took an assignment there.
Mm-hmm.
And let me put it this way: take the first letter of each of the chapters in Dead Space 1 and spell them out.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, I hate sniper jackals.
Dead Space.
Yeah, great idea, Bungie. Let's give jackals a sniper rifle. What the fuck?
What's wrong?
I was behind cover and he shot me.
Ow.
Dead.
Oh, you're playing a video game while being part of the stream?
Yeah, I haven't been having the best morning, and I'm just trying to distract myself before class.
Understandable. You're in college?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm almost done with my graduate degree, and I'm just trying to find something after college, and it's fucking hard. And that's all I really feel like saying about that right now.
That's understandable. Oh, okay, I
Although
see.
the people I spoke to were very nice, and they encouraged me to keep applying if there was something else that came up. Because I actually worked at this place before. They just don't have anything for me right now. But I know the recruiter. What?
I think I just spelled the first letter. Spelled out the first letters of the chapters of Dead Space, like you said.
Yep. And
I can tell. I can already make out the last 4 letters. So yeah, I'm taking the first 8 are basically the person's name, right?
Yep.
And I take it that the person's name is the player character or the person.
The girlfriend. The
Ah.
person they're trying to find.
Ah. So each chapter is basically spoiling it.
Yep.
Time to go to Walmart.
Like he already knew, but was just in denial the whole game.
Hey there, Hale Sagan. Take care, Rosetta. Still
Bye, Rosetta.
Calling me a doofus again in the chat.
Because of course she is.
Of course she's a doofus. She doesn't need me to remind her of that. So, yeah. He basically had just been convincing himself that they were still alive, right?
Yep.
That is sad, really.
Yeah. Oh, and in the next game, it's not really a ghost, but she haunts him in a big way.
By the way, I noticed that when you did stream Dead Space, you had it labeled like the Ishimura incident. What was are there different segments or whatever?
No, the Ishimura is the name of the ship.
Oh.
And I thought I would just name it something creative. Kind of like how I named Jedi Outcast and Outcast's Journey, and what was the other one? Shit. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart.
That's okay.
Uh, Mass Effect is Spectre induction,
Hmm.
which you probably already know why that is,
Yeah.
because you've seen it. You freaking
Yeah.
spoiled yourself.
Well, I already saw most of the game already. You know, I saw the whole past the love scene,
Right.
which takes place right after the after one of the teammates dies.
Uh-huh. Who would you choose if faced with that choice?
I think that is a very good question because, I mean, on one hand, yeah, Ashley is a fellow human, but at the same time, blue chick Liara, you know, who can't resist a blue chick? Now, did Liara? I know you said that in Mass Effect 3, it's revealed that Liara's race are really just a bunch of, you know, badly written species. You know.
I wouldn't say badly written. I'd say they're very arrogant.
Yeah. But was Liara in any way involved in that at all? Or
No.
Okay.
No, she was just as shocked as Shepard was.
Oh, so she was out of the loop. Okay.
Right. Despite being the... Oh, I don't want to spoil that. She gets a very important position in Mass Effect 2.
Okay. Now, here's what I understand.
Okay?
The first Mass Effect is basically them learning of the threat, and
Yes.
then and the first story ends with them going to war with them, right?
No, the Reapers are still out in dark space. They can't exactly meet them there, but they're doing their best. The first game ends with them with the Council aware of the threat and them
Making preparations.
Yes, or so we think.
Okay, then. So then, I take it the war doesn't begin until like the end of story 2, right?
Right.
Okay,
Although
so
story 2 is a bit of a detour. You're not fighting the Reapers in Mass Effect 2, but you are fighting one of their proxies.
Ah.
And they are doing the Reapers' bidding, as it were.
And let me guess, by the end, with the proxy defeated, but then that's when the Reapers finally arrive and they're caught unprepared because of the proxy, right?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, Mass Effect 3 is about finally dealing with the Reapers.
Yes.
Okay. Do the humans get treated more respectfully in 2 and 3 than they are in the first one?
Depending on what you do in the first one, yes.
Okay. So basically, your decisions determine the reputation of the human race.
Yes. That's what the save import is for, and it's why I really like the series.
Is BioWare still like active, or are they defunct?
They're still active. They're still making games.
Well, that's good. Because before Jesse left, you know, he mentioned about how he, or at least put the thing on mute while he went into Walmart. He said that he was streaming Ghostbusters, the video game remastered. And that was something remastered. Yeah, darn it.
Got in a certain line so he can get cigarettes. He forgot to get them, but he got the cashier's phone number. Ooh.
Cool.
Looks like Kylo Ren has left the chat.
But anyways, I had something on my mind. I was going somewhere with this, and then it just slipped my mind. I hate when that happens.
Me too. Well, if you...
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Yeah, the Ghostbusters video game was made by Terminal Reality.
Yeah, and they're sadly gone.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The last game that Terminal Reality made was The Walking Dead Survival Instinct, which featured Daryl Dixon and his brother Merle in it.
Yeah, and I
It was
heard it wasn't very good.
Yeah, I mean it looked fun even if it wasn't well made or well written. But yeah, it just yeah. I mean, there were problems, but it could still be mildly entertaining at the very least.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that basically was the nail in the coffin and sealed the fate of Terminal Reality.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, how many other games did they make that could have been bad?
Hmm.
Because I mean, the Ghostbusters video game was really good. I mean, sure, there were some personal issues I would have tweaked, but yeah, it was still a very fun game and story.
Let's see. Terminal Reality. Let's see. List of games. They made Kinect Star Wars before The Walking Dead Survival Instinct.
Okay.
Then something called Def Jam Rap Star. I don't know what that is even.
Yeah, they had. Yeah, Kinect Star Wars clearly was a bit of a bomb for some people.
Yeah. No one wants to see the dancing Han Solo.
I'm Han Solo. I'm Han
No.
Solo.
Oh my god, one of my friends keeps trolling me about making me play Star Wars Kinect.
Yeah, I will say this: seeing Slave Leia dance was very good.
Yeah, you would say that.
Of course, I would say that. I mean, after all, I have her on my lap.
That's not creepy at all.
Hey, she's there of her own free will. She's just overly tired from last night.
If you say so. Just don't be surprised when Darth Vader knocks your door down.
Nah, he's already passed on. He already gave his life to stop the Emperor and save Luke.
That's true. And the Emperor is definitely dead. Oh wait, Dark Empire, he cloned himself, but that was fine.
Look, I really did not mind that because, I mean, technically, yes, Vader killed the Emperor and brought balance. The clones of the Emperor really were not a disruption to that balance.
Right, and it also fits in with Palpatine's ultimate goal of cheating death.
Yeah, I thought that was Plagueis's.
Well, yeah, it was, but Palpatine wanted to discover it as much as Plagueis did.
And that's the thing too. I mean, you know, Palpatine said, that his master taught him everything he knew, and then he killed him in his sleep. So I would have thought he already knew the secret to cheating death.
I think Plagueis kept that research hidden from him. If I remember correctly, I'll have to reread the book.
I will admit there are some things about the book that I did like, but obviously some things that weren't entirely, acceptable.
Right.
One thing I will say, if I were to it turns out that when Palpatine killed Plagueis, it was at the same time the Duel of the Fates was going on Naboo,
Right. Yeah.
So what I would have done was, if I could retell Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, I would have it where Sidious is clearly the mastermind, the hooded figure communicating, but there would be some shots of back on Coruscant where he pulls down his hood and you see it's Palpatine, and then he's answering to someone else. It turns out Palpatine had his own master.
Right.
But then, and every now and then you'll see cuts of the two of them talking, and yeah, Maul is, of course, Palpatine's apprentice, but because they believe their time has come, it's okay to break the rule of two now. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And then I would have it where during the Duel of the Fates on Naboo, you're already seeing a handful of battles. You're seeing the Gungan War against the droids. You're seeing the space battle. You're seeing the Queen race to the throne room, and you're seeing Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon fight it out with Maul.
Yeah.
at the same time, I would show clips of Back on Coruscant where Palpatine did shock Plagueis while he was asleep, and he does try to go into a bit of a monologue, and that gives Plagueis an opening. He uses the Force to call his lightsaber, and so it's a lightsaber duel between Plagueis and Sidious, because it's now going to determine who's fated to rule the Sith. And we all know it's going to be Palpatine, but still, you're seeing student versus master there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not just a simple kill him in his sleep deal.
Well, that was established in Revenge of the Sith, so going back and editing it now would present quite a bit of a quandary.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's just how Palpatine was saying it to make himself feel better about the whole thing.
At the very least, it would be a nice re-edit, because, I mean, there were, just as Ivan Ortega did his re-edit of The Last Jedi, someone could probably go back and shoot their own scenes of Plagueis and Palpatine, and then, re-edit them into The Phantom Menace if they wanted.
Yeah.
It would help, at the very least, add to the movie.
Indeed. Out of all the prequels, which one do you think is the worst?
Which is the worst of what again?
The prequels.
Oh, the prequels.
For me, it's Attack of the Clones.
I actually want to say that too, but I just kind of can't. When I saw Attack of the Clones for the first time in theaters, everyone applauded, clapping hands when the credits rolled.
Right.
So, yeah, I kind of like that. And I really enjoyed The Phantom Menace. I think Revenge of the Sith, as great as it was the weakest a bit. Because, I mean, yeah, we had a lot of callbacks to the OT. We saw Star Destroyers that looked like Star Destroyers. And we saw some good... I think what it was is Phantom Menace... No, Attack of the Clones. Okay, I'm losing myself. Revenge of the Sith had too many fights,
Yeah.
It's like fighting, not much story, Basically, we had the lightsaber of Obi-Wan and Anakin versus Dooku. Then we have the lightsaber battle of Obi-Wan and Grievous, but that wasn't much of a duel. It was just a short exchange, and then they finish it out with hand-to-hand combat and a blaster bolt.
Right.
Then we have Windu and Sidious, and we don't get this was in the game, but in the movie we do not get Mace versus Anakin, and I think that would have been a good fight to see.
Yes, definitely.
And what else? We had we had Yoda versus the Emperor, and then we had Anakin versus Obi-Wan. But yeah, it was like those fights took up more screen time than anything else of the story, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in my opinion, Revenge of the Sith, great as it is, was the weakest.
Yeah, I can see that.
But yeah, because I mean, there was at least a lot of writing effort put into the story for Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones.
Yeah. It just maybe wasn't executed in the best way. It's like I always say, the prequels were good ideas executed badly. The sequels
Great
are bad.
ideas, actually.
Yeah, great ideas executed poorly. The sequels are bad ideas executed terribly.
Yeah. Now, let's see here.
And even if those ideas were executed well, I still wouldn't like it.
Because it feels like a disservice.
Very
19-year-old
much.
Carrie Fisher was very bangable, but she's dead now, sadly. Yeah. Bangable. That's what you meant to say.
No comment.
I saw all the prequels with my brother. It was one of the things we used to do together, and we enjoyed them all. Awesome.
Aw, nice.
For each of the 3 films, the film was interrupted when we went together.
Huh. Strange.
Huh.
Maybe that's a sign. Dun dun dun. The film broke. There was a fire in the food court. And then something. Wow.
Wow. That kind of seems bad.
It's a string. It's quite the string of coinkydinks there.
Yeah. But what else? Yeah, I think Phantom Menace is my favorite of the prequels. It was the most grounded, most realistic looking. I know there was lots. I know that CGI wasn't in a lot in Attack of the Clones. I mean, clearly we saw Coruscant be CG at most times, and then there's the Jedi Council or at least the Jedi Temple. But I know that there was still some sets that were used in and such.
Right.
It seems like also I think Revenge of the Sith. I don't know how much was actually real because it felt like most of that movie was CGI.
Yeah. It's like Hayden Christensen said, it's everywhere, man.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Phantom Menace is my most favorite, and my favorite lightsaber duel of the prequels is in that one.
The Duel of the Fates.
Yeah, that is just the best because, I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand a lot of people love Anakin and Obi-Wan's fight in Revenge of the Sith, but you got two guys in light and dark blue robes with the same color lightsaber. In Revenge of the in Attack of Phantom Menace, you have, two Jedi, one blue, one green, versus one Sith with a double-bladed lightsaber. That was just more badass.
Indeed.
Harrison Ford had a wife and 2 kids, and he fucked Carrie Fisher and destroyed his marriage.
Oof.
Wow.
Wow. Wah, wah. Pretty much.
Yeah. You gotta wonder if Carrie had been like doing the smoking and drug thing before that, or as a result of it. I don't
I have
know.
no idea.
I really don't know.
He bets his 2 sons hate Star Wars. Hang on a minute, I'm gonna troll Rosetta.
Oh, you're gonna troll Rosetta. Awesome.
Yes.
Wish I knew how to properly troll, but then again, I always had a thing against trolls, so maybe that's why I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, you'll get there.
Nah. Maybe I'm just too nice for it.
Yeah.
But at least I'm honest about it.
Yeah. I'm a nice person as well, but I can also dish out the troll.
Oh, yeah.
She just told me to quit doing Jetty's bitch work and you need to learn how to troll yourself.
That's funny. Oh, man. By the way, I think whatchamacallit, I think Everything Star Wars made this video. It's called The Midi-chlorian. Looks like it's trying to be a parody of The Mandalorian.
Ha.
Yeah, he posted on a link or something to it on Twitter.
She also said that you're being lazy and that if you want to troll, to get on her stream and troll.
Oh. Well, as much as I would love to do that, I think more people are a little more interested in my stream.
Yes.
I mean, I had a lot of viewers come in like after the first 10 minutes.
Yes.
And not to mention, I got a lot of comments here.
She's just saying that the gauntlet has been thrown, and I just accused her of sabotage.
Ah. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can.
Oh, apparently he can't. She's now accusing you of not being able to open another stream while streaming yourself.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh.
Ah,
Entertain me while I make these cheeseburgers. Alright. What form of entertainment shall we entertain Jesse Miller with?
are you talking smack behind my back? There we go. Let's turn her up here.
Yes.
And of course, she's looking away after I typed it in.
Of course.
Well, I was trying to get you to come in here so I could talk smack to your face. So, yay! Revenge work.
Well, send me the damn link.
I like to take literal definitions of things and use them to troll.
Let's see now. Let's see if it's possible for me to be on her stream while at the same time I'm on my own.
Actually, end your
Huh.
Well, how long has this one been going? 2 hours, 11 minutes?
Hmm.
You think anyone else will come on board?
I do not know.
So you're making cheeseburgers, eh, Jesse? I actually had a interesting thing. Last night, I was heating up leftover mac and cheese, and I get a call right in the middle of heating up my food when my stepdad calls asking what I wanted from Burger King.
Hey, Jetty, hair is out of place. What?
Hair is out of place? No, I'm bald on that. I can here, let me show you. See, I'm bald. And that's just the glare of the sunlight shining through the window. But yeah, so yeah, I got a call for Burger King while I was heating up leftovers, and so yeah, I ate my leftovers, and then I got order a medium fry, order a chicken fries, and then a cheeseburger.
Nice.
And of course, I got a medium vanilla shake. Sadly, though, I didn't get a straw, so I got to take the lid off and sip it. Unfortunately, because it was a little clumpy,
And it all came tumbling down.
well, it's some of it spilled on me, so it wasn't too bad. Camera is off. Oh, you were wondering how I looked up. Oh, okay. Oh, darn it. Okay. Yeah, this is my shaved head. Well, apparently it's got a little fuzz growing in now, though.
You look fine.
Oh, thank you. I always thought the Cole McGrath look was cool. Ugh. Actually, it was more like the Star Killer look. That seemed to be the look for a lot of protagonists in the in the 2000s. Cole McGrath, Shepard from Mass Effect, Star Killer. They all had that shaved head look.
You're right. They do.
But they're all the badass ones because at least two of them could shoot electricity out of their hands.
Ha. And so can Shepard by Mass Effect 2.
True. Yeah, very true. I mean, I wouldn't know because I haven't gotten there yet, but yeah.
Well, technically in Mass Effect 1 too, Depends on character class.
Ah. Hey, Dr. Coffin Nails, welcome. I've seen you in a few other live streams. Nice of you to join this one.
Yay! Welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, the Star Killer look. Yeah. Speaking of Star Killer, have you played either Force Unleashed and or Force Unleashed 2? Annihilus?
Have I played The Force Unleashed? Yes.
How about 2?
Yeah.
I will say this. 2 clearly had the weaker story, but there was potential, you know?
There were marked gameplay improvements for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like they dropped the ball with the clone thing so hard. Your trolling skills are weak, youngling.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I would have preferred. Because, you know, we had the whole Ram Koda saying that you can't clone a Jedi because it can't be done. But
Right.
But at the same time, you know, if Starkiller was a clone, how is it that he doesn't seem to be losing his mind? If
Right.
it can't be done.
I don't think the Starkiller in Force Unleashed 2 is a clone. I think it's the real Starkiller, just with his memories mostly wiped.
Well, here's the thing. There is an argument about that. There's these still backstory things, like a bonus feature in the game. It has is like showing Vader, you know, training the dark Starkiller clone from the ending of the dark side ending, you know.
Yes.
And so yeah, he basically shows him the body of Starkiller, but I noticed that the body wasn't wearing the right clothes. It was wearing the apprentice uniform from the beginning of Force Unleashed 1 instead of the Jedi robes he wore at the end of the game.
Yeah, so the theory here is that Starkiller already died in Force Unleashed 1 by the halfway point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I don't really buy that theory.
I think that Starkiller, you know, it's one of two ways I see it. Either Starkiller did not die, and that clone, that body that the dark clone was shown was just another clone, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And the dark clone is like the best of the clones of Starkiller, but the problem is, like the other clones, it's deranged and loses its mind. That's why he's the dark side, you know?
Right.
And that
But to
way,
Vader, that was an unmitigated success.
yeah. And therefore, the supposed clone is actually the real Starkiller, just being left in a prison cell, constantly mind wiped and being told he's just a clone to get him to be who he used to be. And he's probably I think he already made that clone by the beginning of the game. He just wanted to see if he can make one more attempt on the original Starkiller.
Right.
And so I think that's why they and here's the thing also, you see the dark clone in the dark side ending, but you don't see it in the light side ending.
Right.
So it leads me to wonder if that clone that dark clone was still canon, and along with Boba Fett followed them after Vader.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, and likely followed Vader and the heroes to Dantooine.
I think so, because like he held off. The dark clone was ordered to only strike when he saw an opportunity, and maybe when in the light side ending, because Vader was being captured. If the dark clone struck at that point,
He risked injuring his master.
entering his master, they could kill him, rather than let the dark clone get him back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joru is Sabayoth. Put an extra U in there. And then although Joruus Sabayoth was no saint either, he was a fucking prick.
Yeah.
Especially in Outbound Flight.
I will say this: he does look cool on the cover of that original Heir to the Empire novel.
He does. I actually have 2 copies of that novel. One of the paperback of the classic Heir to the Empire, and then the hardcover 20th anniversary edition.
Wow. I was lucky to get the paperback version of all 3 novels, and before the damn Legends label came around.
Oh yeah, I have all of mine. All of my Timothy Zahn ones are pre-Legends.
Mm.
And the OG Mara Jade on Twitter.
Yeah.
Her profile pic is the cover of Choices of One that I have.
Mm. I will, but yeah, back to the Force Unleashed 2. My one theory is either it is the real Starkiller just constantly being mind wiped and being fed lies.
Yes.
The other theory is that the actual Starkiller did die, but the reason this clone, the good one that you control, is different from the rest, the reincarnated Starkiller. His soul chose one clone body out of all the rest to inhabit and get a second chance at life or something like that.
Jeez.
Both are viable, but I choose to believe that it's really Starkiller.
Yeah. Because I mean, here's the thing. The reason why I also like that second theory of mine is it shouldn't matter if you're a clone or not, as long as you because if you really believe if you have the attitude of Starkiller, then you have everything that was good about him,
Right. And here's the thing that gets me about Unleashed 2. The pre-release marketing was all like, oh, he's going to go on this journey to find himself, and then in the game that never really happens.
Yeah.
That's my biggest issue.
Well, he went on a journey to find himself, but he felt that finding himself involved finding Juno, and then he went to Dagobah, and where he saw her, being in danger.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that pisses me off. The Xbox 360, PS3, PC versions, those are just a cutscene. The Wii version has its own level on Dagobah.
Yeah.
You go through a bunch of trials, and there's even a boss fight with your clone at the end of it. And it's like, that doesn't happen in the other version, and it pisses me off.
Yeah. And then, technically it was a level in the PS3 version. It's just you collect a few things and just run from point A to point B.
Yeah. Not much of a level.
I think they planned it to be a full-on level. They just didn't because they got cut on time and whatnot.
Yeah, I feel like Unleashed 2 should have been given another year.
Yeah. But yeah,
then maybe they wouldn't have forced Hayden Blackman out, and if that didn't happen, then maybe LucasArts would have survived and not have to get bought out by Disney.
Maybe.
But
But
maybe the acquisition still would have happened, but we still would have gotten 1313.
Yeah. And that Darth Maul video game that got canceled.
Yeah, and Unleashed 3, and maybe they wouldn't have axed the
And
whole
Battlefront
EU.
3. And Battlefront 3.
Yes.
But anyways, what else? And that's the thing I do love about the two different versions, PS3 and PS2 version, because as much as I do prefer the PS3 version of Force Unleashed, there are some things about the PS2 version I prefer. For example, in the PS3 version, when you change like the skins, like if you change Starkiller to look like Luke from Return of the Jedi,
You're thrown back to the last checkpoint.
not really just that, but you get the lightsaber of Return of the Jedi. But the thing is, it's only with that skin. In the Force Unleashed PS2 version, you can play as Starkiller and just change the hilt design to the Return of the Jedi saber, and you can change the crystal color.
Nice.
So yeah, you could customize freely in the PS2 version more than you could in the PS3 version.
That's nice. That's always nice.
And also, you could go on to the in the PS2 version, you can actually go on to the Rogue Shadow ship that he uses. because
Yep.
that's where you do the customization and decide whether or not you want to go to your next mission or not.
Yeah, that is really. It's one of my favorite parts about that game too.
Yeah. And then I do like how in the how you make constant returns to the Jedi Temple, going through trials. Like you first fight Darth Phobos, then Darth
Desolus.
and then you fight your father in a way in the third event.
Yes.
But I also do like the PS3 version of the Jedi Temple. It's just
Yeah,
too bad
you
it
fight-
wasn't. It's just too bad it wasn't inputted into the main story.
Yeah, but I like that too. You're fighting. It's basically the Empire Strikes Back vision again.
Yeah. And then also I do like that they had two different versions of Bespin, because in the PS3 version, you know, after he escapes from the Imperial ship that he was kept alive on, you know, he goes he goes from Nar Shaddaa to Zeos to Bespin and finds Coda on Bespin.
Yeah, and then in PS2 he actually finds him on Nar Shaddaa.
Yeah, and then he goes to Bespin later on when trying to recruit the rebels, and then he fights a renegade Mandalorian.
I have to play the PS2 version of the game again.
Oh yeah, I definitely would encourage that, as well as the PS3 version.
And I have the book as well, and it's actually a pretty good like combination of the two.
Oh yeah, I have the novel as well. That's the thing. I love The Force Unleashed so much. I got two different versions of the game and the novel and the comic, and the same thing for the sequel.
Yep. Although, as far as the sequel is concerned, I only have the PC version.
Mm-hmm. The one slight disappointing thing about the sequel comic is the comic seemed to focus less on Starkiller and more on Boba
Fett. Yeah. Boba Fett.
Huh. Who the fuck is Boba Fett?
Oh, you want to hear something else about that that little incident where your soldier died?
Yeah.
First of all, it wasn't a stormtrooper that killed you, it was a Mandalorian.
Oh, wow.
And right after that, Anna, that Star Wars girl, proved why she is to be feared. She deflected a sniper shot right back at the shooter with her lightsaber.
Oh, wow. So Anna avenged me.
Yes.
Awesome.
And she's the only one that can do that because she is a weapon master Jedi and not a Force Jedi. Force Jedi can't deflect with their saber for whatever reason.
They deflect with force fields, right?
I don't know. I don't have a leveled up enough Force user Jedi to know that yet. But they can still use a lightsaber.
Well, what I mean is, like, you remember in Attack of the Clones when Yoda, I turned my camera back on? I didn't even know that happened.
Oh.
Oh, of course I did. I showed Jesse my hair, yeah. But I completely forgot to turn it back off. But thing is,
I'd like to get on a stream someday where you guys are talking with Jesse Milestone. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, actually, we did. I did actually have Jesse Milestone on one time.
Yeah, I remember that. I was in the chat.
Yeah.
I was too nervous to come on stream.
Understandable. But yeah, I hope to one day do it again, hopefully in the daytime where we're not working, we're not busy, and we're free to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I was saying, what was I talking about?
You were showing Jesse your hair. We were talking about the Force Unleashed.
Yeah, Force Unleashed. But yeah, oh yeah, I remember we were talking about Force users. Difference between weapons, lightsaber weapons masters and Force masters.
Yes.
If you remember in Revenge of the Sith, not Revenge of the Sith, Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones, you know, when Yoda was fighting Dooku, Dooku shot Force lightning at him, and then he like caught it in his hand in like some kind of energy and then deflected it right back.
Yep.
Tuta Menace, I believe they call that technique.
Oh yes,
So
I do remember that.
So yeah, I think that's what Force Masters would do. They can't deflect with their lightsaber, but they can use the Force to use to menace.
Yes. And yes, you are correct, Jesse, about the other Jesse.
Ah,
Although I wouldn't exactly say that too. I wouldn't exactly say that out loud.
ah. Yeah, Jesse Milestone is awesome. And the cool thing is we agree that Batman Forever doesn't deserve hate.
Yeah.
Batman and Robin, so-so. Because, I mean, now after all the hoopla about it, let's face it, Batman and Robin is what gave us the great Dark Knight trilogy.
True.
So, yeah, if it wasn't, remember, next time you want to criticize Batman and Robin, remember, it gave us the Dark Knight trilogy.
Yes.
Indirectly.
True.
You okay?
Yeah, just stretching. 2.5 hours. Jeez.
Your ass fall asleep
And
again?
Rosetta's still gonna
Nope.
go on for like 12 hours to show you up.
Oh, wow. Well,
Unless you did it from the crapper.
I can't do it from the crapper. I don't have a phone. Unless, of course, I tried it from your phone.
You're not blowing up my ear.
Dang. I don't think she can hear you.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't have an Android or smartphone, but I think I may change that sometime. I gotta figure it out.
Go for it.
Yeah. Because I don't want to keep asking the old man here for me to borrow it.
Talking my good ear, boy!
But yeah, I think this stream may have run its course. I think. Let me.
Aw.
Oh wait, maybe not. Let me see. Or is that just Rosetta sending me the link to her thing? Yeah, that's Rosetta sending me the link to hers.
Of course it is.
Yeah. But I have to admit, this was a very, entertaining stream.
It was, and I'm glad to have been a part of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy 1-year anniversary on YouTube. Let's hope you stay on here.
Yeah. Oh, I intend to stay. Apparently I'm gonna have to work a lot harder because, like I said, at least last month I had like over 800 watch hours, and now it seems like now that this is a new month, after 12 whole months, it's like my watch hours got cut in half because I'm now down to like over 400.
This is something to cheer you up. Take a look at that.
YouTube.
Is that Kirk, McCoy, and Spock dancing on the bridge?
Yes, that's Romulan nail stash.
Who
Funny.
found the Romulan nail stash?
Yeah, he found a funny GIF on Facebook.
Uh-oh.
Kirk, Spock, and McCoy dancing on the bridge.
Uh-huh.
Indeed.
As opposed to being crushed by a bridge.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
That's how it all ended for
But here's the thing. A lot of people claim that ending was better than the one of him getting shot in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, pick your poison there.
Wait, where did he get shot in the back?
Oh, that was the original film ending.
And everybody hated it.
Yeah, because during the fight between him and Sauron, it was Kirk that got knocked down the side of the cliff and grabbed the rope, not Sauron. And then, Sauron raced all the way back up to the top of the mountain, and Kirk climbed back up, knocked out Sauron, took the control pad and decloaked the missile, and then he's like, 24th century ain't that tough. And then that's when Sauron shoots him in the back.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that deleted scene now.
Yeah. And then he races to the top of the platform trying to reach the passing Nexus. And then Picard, after having, altered the trajectory of the missile, races up, checks on Kirk, and then he grabs the phaser that Soren dropped right next to Kirk, and then kills Soren.
Huh. Wonder what would have happened if Kirk had survived that battle.
Well, the thing is, there is a William Shatner novel, not Ashes to Eden, The Return, I believe.
Right.
Basically, he brought old Spock and McCoy to Viridian 3 so they can remove his body because Viridian 4 had life on it, but they had yet to reach transwarp drive, and with the whole directive of not interfering,
Right.
they had to remove signs of other life on Viridian 3. So they had to move Kirk's body.
They should have made it Talos 5 because that's what Captain Pike ended up with, the big-headed aliens who resurrected his body. So I think they could have done the same thing for Kirk.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically the Return has it where Picard, old Spock, and old McCoy are on the planet about to move Kirk's body when all of a sudden there's like a shift in the stones that were covering his corpse, and then they remove them to find the body had already been teleported, but not by the Starfleet. Then they hear that there's a Borg ship around.
Yep.
So basically, the Borg resurrected Kirk to use as a weapon against the Federation.
I'm guessing that fails spectacularly.
Oh yeah, and I personally would have liked that story. I would have personally liked to have seen that on a film. It would have continued. It would have still continued the classic characters, but also still continued the next gen characters, because the next gen characters were basically they had to fight and free Kirk.
Yes. Although I will say I do like First Contact.
First Contact is great because, it's like history painted Cochrane as someone that he just wasn't,
Yeah.
It was an origin story, technically, for Star Trek.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was First Contact was also the origin of Star Trek.
What Star Wars needs.
Yeah. Some people wanted to tell the whole origin of the Jedi and the Sith, and I know that there is a variation in the EU where basically some dark Jedi thought that the dark side could be just as powerful as the light. The Council cast them out of Republic space. They ended up on the planet Korriban. Then they fought the Sith race there, and then defeated the Sith, and then became hailed as Dark Lords of the Sith. And so what started off as a species became an entire culture.
Yes. And among them was Ajunta Paul, if I remember correctly.
Look at that.
What? Would Kirk... Oh. Huh.
Would Kirk bang the Borg Queen?
I'm guessing he would probably try.
Because we all know Kirk likes to get up with those Orion chicks.
Eh.
And that's another thing too. Speaking of Star Trek, there's a lot of things I think that I understand the JJ Trek is not as good as it should be. I still see some of the potential that could have been done with it. Because for one thing, even though not many people liked how they, revisited Khan and Space Seed and with Into Darkness,
Yeah.
I like the idea of potentially retelling the original timeline in a different way. Because I have to wonder, in this new timeline, by the time the whale probe from Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, when that comes along, what happens then? Does the Chris Pine, Kirk, and crew have to go back to the same time period, find the same whales, and end up fighting the classic crew for them?
Chris Pine Kirk would try to shoot the probe.
You think Pines Kirk would try to shoot it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pines Kirk is the gun-ho, shoot first, ask questions never.
Yeah.
Kirk.
And that's another thing too. How I would do a final Star Trek in the Abrams verse.
Hmm.
Something that actually makes Pine's Kirk more like Shatner's Kirk. Because the thing is, Pine's Kirk, the reason why he's not the same as Shatner's Kirk is because Shatner's Kirk always had an aura of confidence, and that was mostly because of his dad. You know, his dad was in his life to see him become captain of the Enterprise.
Bring
Right.
Shatner back for the movie.
And so yeah, basically I would have it where if not Spock Prime, then or Spock from the new timeline, then maybe Sarek. Before Spock Prime died, he mind melded with his young father, and then basically there's a crisis, maybe a retelling of the Doomsday Machine episode.
That was a good one.
Basically Kirk is the key to coming up with the means to stop the Doomsday Machine. The problem is Kirk doesn't have the confidence of he had in the previous timeline, because in this timeline he was born with a chip on his shoulder.
Right.
And so he lacks the confidence that classic Kirk had. So along comes welcome
Hello.
Matt Squirrel.
Hey, you guys, how are you doing?
Doing good. How you doing?
I am good. I'm sorry I popped in a little later than I expected.
That's
Calm
okay.
Squirrel has Calm Squirrel has surgery tomorrow, so we were doing just waiting on.
Oh, is it
calls and
serious?
stuff. Oh no, it's the
drunk squirrel.
gallbladder.
What?
How you doing, Darth? How are you doing?
Eh,
Eh?
yeah.
Just one of those days.
Yeah. Feels like a Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is Monday, I think.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Feels
actually-
so perfect. What's up, Darth?
Oh, nothing. I just giving you guys a heads up. In about like 30 minutes, I'm gonna go. I have class at 2.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, at the very least, Matt Squirrel was able to pop in to, be the transition.
But I'll stay on here with you guys for a bit longer.
Okay, thank you.
So what you guys chatting about?
We were talking about how I saw potential in the J.J. Abrams Trek and what I would do for a new Trek. I was thinking Sarek mind melded with Spock Prime before his passing. And then, this is basically a retelling of the Doomsday Machine, where Kirk doesn't have the confidence of classic Shatner Kirk because he was born in a chip on his shoulder in this timeline. So along comes Sarek, noting that because he mind melded with Spock Prime before his death, he got the memories of the previous timeline in case anyone needed them. And so
that'd be good.
he mind melds with young Chris Pine Kirk, and basically he's seeing flashes of the life he had in another timeline, the original one. And then all of a sudden he's like in a bright white space similar to Picard and Q in that episode of Next Gen where he supposedly died.
Oh, Jetty.
Yeah.
Jesse and Open Minded Movie Man want to know where your link is.
Where my what is?
Your link. They want a link to the stream.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Give me a moment here.
That would be good. I'd be up for that. I mean, I saw a lot of potential with the new JJ Star Trek. So I mean,
and it was all squandered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. I liked Beyond, but Krull was clearly a rejected Jem'Hadar design.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Beyond was a rough one. I don't know. I went in with higher expectations, and I liked Into Darkness a lot. I liked, the original reboot.
I didn't like Into Darkness at all.
Well, now what was your beef with it? Because I know that it was casting for a lot of people because of Benedict.
Oh no, I liked him as Khan. I just feel like they shouldn't have tried to touch that story. Also, let's kill Kirk instead of Spock, like the original Wrath of Khan movie, and then immediately destroy any emotional impact that might have had 5 minutes later by bringing him back through magical super blood. Fuck you.
That was very poetic.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I really I don't know. I liked it. There was a lot of things I did not like, but overall, though, I was content with it. I walked away at least going, okay, that was like going to see a Star Trek film, but just very different, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know. There was a lot of missed opportunities. I think Beyond was just bottom for me. There was a lot of good. I think I was just talking with Continuum Trek about this actually yesterday. There's a lot of benefits to the writing that they were trying to get at in Beyond, but it just felt very empty in the end. Like I walked away going, I don't know what I just watched.
Yeah. And another thing about Into Darkness, the writers Alex Kurtzman and Robert Orsi, whatever their names are 9/11 conspiracy theorists, and they decided to express that in the film with Section 31 and all that. And that was just ugh.
Yeah, I do agree with Open Minded Movie Man about Peter Weller's character should have been more of the villain. And
Yeah.
I think that was a lost opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
That really was. I mean, I don't know. I do feel like Cumberbatch's Into Darkness Con was like him playing Alan Rickman, and I wasn't really sold.
Here's the thing. Peter Weller's Admiral Marcus as the villain could have worked. Like, I liked what they did by having Khan team up with the Enterprise crew at first to take him down, and then they did the bait and switch, and that's when it really went downhill for me. Also, why are the Klingons wearing bling on their noses? That looks stupid.
Yeah, because, and that's another thing too, because in the original Space Seed episode, there was a bit of even though he did not like Kirk because he considered him inferior, Khan had some respect for Kirk because Kirk had the wit to not be fooled by his charm.
And that's the other thing that Shatner Kirk has over Pine Kirk.
Yeah.
I feel like Pine Kirk couldn't spot a trap if it was staring him in the face.
Well, again, he was born differently. He wasn't born on Earth in Iowa. He was born prematurely in space and just raised in Iowa.
Right,
so,
but even he should know when something is a trap.
Yes. So basically, but anyways, yeah, like I was saying,
you didn't have Admiral Akbar around to warn him.
That's true.
But yeah, so yeah, like I was saying, with my retelling of the Doomsday Machine, Sarek comes along to mind meld with young Kirk, and then he sees flashes of the Shatner Kirk, and then he's in a white room with the Shatner Kirk. They have like a bit of an exchange. How Pines Kirk is not sure of himself, but then Shatner Kirk reminds him of why how he got through all of those things and all that.
Right.
And so there's like a shake, either a hug or a shaking of hands between young and old Kirk. And then
also, there's your opportunity to have Shatner in the new Trek.
And then Pines Kirk has the confidence that Shatner Kirk had to come up with the means to defeat the Doomsday device in this new timeline, and thus the journey of these new movies ends with Kirk becoming who he was meant to be.
Okay.
And then the one other thing about Beyond that really saddened me was I thought was nice was the that bit at the end where old Spock gave package to, or Nimoy Spock gave a package to Quinto Spock, and it was a photo of the original crew.
Yeah. That was good. That was very
good. That was a very nice touch.
And then it was also sad because the guy who played Chekhov, he died shortly after that was done filming. What, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a tragic car accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, a car ran him over in his own driveway. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad.
They need to address that they should address that at the beginning of the next movie.
If there even is one
for Chekhov, and have the original Chekhov, William Koenig, in it playing his grandfather.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been great.
Yeah, and I know it wouldn't be fair, but I would have it where during the funeral, the crew of the Enterprise, they acknowledge how his death was untimely because in another life he lived to be 60 or 70 or whatever.
Yeah.
And so basically in this new timeline, they acknowledge that they got to find a way to cope with this horrible loss. And I will say this, for all the flaws I really didn't mind Star Trek Beyond. I thought it was good, They
Yeah.
have brought some of the heart and soul back of Star Trek into that. And so I would have it where the new character introduced in that movie, Jayla, the chick with the white hair and skin and tattoos,
Uh-huh.
I'd have her, be assigned to the crew and, maybe the same position Chekhov was in, but obviously it's not going to be easy,
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of writing required there to kind of
Pretty
fill that
I mean,
explanation.
they could always recast Chekhov, but I don't know.
It wouldn't feel right recasting.
Yeah. No.
So that's why I just write the character off and have someone try to fill the shoes.
Yeah. Which is what is not happening with Carrie Fisher, sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I definitely agree with
God.
Open-Minded Movie Man on this. He was a damn good young Kyle Reese in Terminator Salvation.
Yes.
I'm reflecting. I don't know. It's sad when that because they're gonna have to do if they were. I don't know. They have a lot to clean up there writing wise, and it should have been addressed and beyond about the character to kind of because then you can since you're dealing with an alternative timeline essentially you can do a lot.
Yeah.
I mean the door is still open to kind of even though you're still dealing with quote.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it's good to have history repeat itself in certain situations, but you also got to try and do something different.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. I guess are they? I don't know. I know they keep putting it off. They've been putting off doing the 4th Star Trek, and it's not even. But at this point, they're pushing it because everyone's getting older. It's like that. That window is closing. So it's. I don't know. Have they even discussed doing a 4th Star Trek for this particular series or what?
I don't know. I think everything is going to depend on Picard now because Discovery is such a dumpster heap.
There was supposed to be a 4 but because not only because the actor that played Chekhov passed, but also they lost Chris Pine and Chris Hemsworth, who was supposed to return in a cameo as Kirk's father,
right?
Due to payments or pay cuts or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, they lost 2 of the leading actors in a Star Trek film before it's even been made. So, basically, there was also talks of a Star Trek film being made by Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
God, I don't know about that.
Yeah. I mean, imagine that, an R-rated Quentin Tarantino Star Trek film.
I don't know.
Why not? Discovery already has the characters dropping the F-bomb like it's nothing.
What the fuck, Jim?
It only works in parodies.
Well,
that's just damn
I'd
typical.
pay to see that.
Nice to know you got your soundboard up.
Yeah, sorry, I was really loud. I'm trying to. My volume is sometimes a little. Streamlabs likes to kind of mess with the volume control.
Speaking of Streamlabs, maybe sometime this week I'm thinking of trying a Streamlabs stream. Because the one time I did an actual Streamlabs video was my reaction to the last Rise of Skywalker trailer. And it turned out better than I hoped it would.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I'm definitely hoping to figure out streaming from it. So would you like to be part of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Just let me know. Tomorrow I'm going to be busy all day, but yeah, I'll just let me know. Just send me a DM.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so far, all I know about the week is other than Friday, which I have work from 6 to 9, I don't have much of anything to do. So I got plenty of time.
Indeed.
Okay.
And what are you watching over there?
Batwoman.
You are watching Batwoman.
Yes, I are.
Uh,
I'll tell you what, the actress that's playing Alice, her sister in this, is great. She owns the show.
yeah, though, then they shouldn't have made it Batwoman, because I get it if this first season is supposed to be like a year one, because when they first introduce her, it was in a crossover where she's already Batwoman.
Right.
So this has to be like the first year of her being Batwoman
Yep.
before that, and because of that, she really doesn't shine much. I mean, you're supposed to make the main character shine in the very origin of their story.
Wait, we have a Donald Trump skin mask in here.
Oh, jeez.
Hold on.
What?
A Donald
Ooh.
Trump skin mask.
Hit escape instead.
You idiot. You hit escape when you're trying to
I'm
pause?
trying to escape from Trump, all right?
Ah!
See what I did there?
Yeah, I see what you did there. Good save, dummy.
LOL.
I meant to
Oh
hit
my
pause,
gosh.
but I hit escape.
Yeah, I have a clown for a stepdad.
Well, her stepson, so yeah. What of it? There.
Oh, well, it would help if that damn thing was in the way.
There.
Oh, jeez.
Kind of a little bit. Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't know if that's their political statement for the episode or not.
Yeah, I mean, why does every real world political thing have to come up in freaking entertainment nowadays?
How dare you?
Because we elected a reality show TV host for president. So he kind of invaded politics, and now it's going to go back and forth.
Jeez.
Just saying.
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
Oh, forgive me for missing this. Scott says, I think they should do a Days of Future Past Star Trek where they have Kirk or Picard interacting with the reboot universe.
Yeah.
You
That would
could
be
do
fun.
that with the a variation of Star Trek for the Voyage Home with the whale probe. You know, Chris Pine and crew go back in time to find whales. They end up in the same 1986 as the classic crew because their reality branched off at a certain point, but then what about before that? So therefore,
Right.
before that, they would have had to come across the classic crew.
Actually,
Right.
the book where the two of them were in the same
Also, welcome Luke Skywalker.
contact each other directly. So they had to like indirectly talk to one another.
Nice quote there, Scott. Very good.
I meant
Hey, Trap, how's it going?
It's a trap.
Thank
Yep.
you, dude. I did send you a link if you want to come in, unless you're busy preparing for your own stream.
Yeah, I think he's going right now. I think he has
Oh,
his
okay.
indie stream going. I think.
Darn. Well,
Yeah.
this was a pretty last-minute stream,
Yeah, well, I kind of scheduled it last night, so
as Rosetta is so often reminding you.
yeah, well, it's like I said, I forgot that my first video posted was November 3rd a year ago, and basically I missed my mark because I was busy, so I figured
Don't
why
worry.
not right now.
Don't worry about it.
By the way, Mad Squirrel, what do you think of my new icon?
Is that? I'm trying to. Okay, you have Princess Leia. You have you. They're in your lap, apparently. And who's on the right?
That's
that-
Padme.
Padme. Okay.
Yeah. I got a mother and a daughter on my
Out
lap.
of control. Out of control. It looks
This
good.
is why
though.
we can't have nice
Don't
things.
say she is giving the people's elbow to Mega Jetty's junk.
No comment. This
No,
is-
she's just relaxing after a rough night with me in bed.
Okay. And what is really bugging you,
The
Luke?
illusion is real with this one.
Okay, you know what? I freely admit that, but shut up.
Mm.
You were angry that they added the Joker to Mortal Kombat 11. Huh.
Why? Why were you angry about that? I mean, technically, Mortal Kombat and DC have been, kind of having a thing since they had their first crossover game.
That's true.
Because, I mean, Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe, while it may have been tame because they didn't want to show graphic deaths of their favorite DC characters, it was still an entertaining game and story.
Yes.
And then along came Injustice, which was a Mortal Kombat style type game, and they had Scorpion cameo in it. And then along comes
Injustice
Injustice
2.
2 with Sub-Zero and Raiden in it.
Interesting.
I will say this. I do like that they put the Terminator in Mortal Kombat 11.
Nice.
But I will admit I'm a bit disappointed they have the old man Terminator look from Dark Fart, and they
Dark
have
Fart.
references to Legion and not mixed. They do have Skynet in it, but they also mix it with Legion, which is stupid.
Dark fart.
Or should I call it Dark Farce?
I guess you didn't like it.
I didn't see it. I got spoiled. I wanted the spoilers because I didn't trust the media.
Ah. So
That's
what
fair.
happens aside from that one bit in the beginning?
Well, really, the beginning bit really is all there is to complain about, but also the fact that they basically replaced John with this minority.
Hmm.
And I'm not against minorities, just
Right.
it's the fact that they took a random one and just inserted her into John's place.
It feels like a fan fiction, is what you're saying.
A bad
Yeah.
I will say this. I've read a lot of good fan fictions, but I've also seen some bad ones. And
Right.
from Dark Fate looks like a very, very bad fan fiction.
Yeah. Almost like
Yeah.
another movie which I will not name.
Why not?
'Cause you know what I'm talking about, and I thought it was taboo.
Is it the very thing that propelled the creation of the Fandom Menace?
I would say so.
Okay, that's good. That's
The
good.
beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you're upset they put Joker in. You wanted Ash.
And although I will say I am hopeful for Jedi Fallen Order being a good game.
I'm disappointed that the Knights of the Old Republic HD remastering didn't got canned.
Yeah, they had no choice. They got cease and desisted.
I know, and that was stupid.
Yeah. It's a mod.
Yeah,
Mod. They
Yeah, I
needed-
mean, people mod things all the time. You don't see other companies shutting them down for it.
It's because
Right.
they're afraid that some randos can do a better job than they can.
Exactly. And it's stupid.
Yeah. They're gonna ruin Revan. I just know it.
Uh-huh. Technically, I don't know for certain, but an argument can be made that Revan technically is canon. Because in the Clone Wars cartoon is canon, and in the episode in the episode arc of Mortis, there was supposed to be a scene in the third part where the son, representing the dark side, is conversing with the spirits of two long dead Sith Lords, Darth Bane and Darth Revan.
Right.
So technically, even though it was a delete, it didn't make the final cut. The fact that they even tried making it an argument can be made that Revan is canon.
Yeah. But then again, I don't judge a character's worth by whether or not they're canon. If that makes sense.
That is understandable,
Yeah.
Like
About the
just
quality of the
because
character.
it's canon doesn't mean it's good. See The Last Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because they can screw up. They can get lazy. When they start
Also-
doing canon. alone.
Also, the entire Aftermath trilogy. What a farce.
Yeah. So, Mad Squirrel, you saw Joker?
No, I have not. But when I was working on the Chaos Central website, when I was doing editing, I did some of the bigger spoiler review ones, that people had written. I was going through it and doing checks on them, fact checks, meaning to make sure everything was adding up to them at the time. And I know way too much about the film now, so I'm like, I'll watch it. I just haven't had a chance to go out. I've been waiting for things to the theaters here were sold out for a while. on the Joker. So I'm kind of waiting for now to sit down and watch it. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it.
Well,
But yeah, I know. I already saw the spoilers, so I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I can't see it now. No, I can see it. I'll be fine. I just now know what I'm gonna be sitting in. It's okay.
Ooh,
Well,
that
I
sounds
think-
like it'd be pretty cool, Luke.
yeah, I think you will enjoy the movie if you see it. I did.
I mean, we all know why they added Joker to MK11.
Probably to
Well-
tie in with the movie.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like they added the Predator and the Alien to MK10.
Right.
Oh, Alien Covenant, what a shit show.
Yeah. I never saw that. It really was a shit show.
I never saw it either, but yeah, it was a shit show.
What's that?
They
Okay,
tried
Alien
to
Covenant.
explain the origin of the xenomorphs.
Yeah, I know. In the Prometheus movie.
Yeah, and Alien
Mhm.
Covenant doubles down on it, and it's stupid. Just
So I take
stupid
it
as
you're not a fan of Prometheus?
Prometheus was okay. The Covenant took things too far.
Okay. I actually got Prometheus on Blu-ray. I just never actually sat down to watch it yet.
Huh.
Hmm.
I'm sure it might be good. I just, I haven't found the
It's
need.
okay.
Mm.
I take it Ned Squirrel doesn't agree with me.
Well, personally, I do agree. I saw the first team up of the Alien versus Predator. I was content with that. I didn't want to go back for more. Let me put it that way. I was
Yeah.
done. I was like, no, I'm cool. Prometheus and all that. I wasn't really wooed by it at all. I was like, yeah, okay.
I
It
still
just seemed like
say-
a lot of waste. You know?
Still say Alien for me ends with the first two movies, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that's
There
fair.
was potential because,
Yeah.
I like the first Predator movie. Always loved that. Growing up, I never was into Aliens. I was more into Predator. And then I saw Predator 2, and I liked that as well. It was different, but
Thank you.
similar. Familiar.
Thank you.
Right.
I really like Predator 2. Predator 2 got too much hate.
I know
Yeah,
it definitely
it
does.
I liked it. I liked the first and second Predator. I think it's just when they started doing the Alien versus Predator and all that stuff, it was a lot more. What do you call it? Pomp and vigor for a whole lot of letdown. I was like, oh, this is a bad first date. This is terrible.
But yeah,
I was
when-
hoping for more. I guess I don't know. And so when they have all these other ones, they were popping out left and right. It didn't feel. I was disappointed by Prometheus, so I was like, I'm done. Like I feel like I'm burned now. Not going back. They're not going to change right away. It's going to take some time.
But when Alien versus Predator came out, I went for the Predators because I didn't know anything about the aliens / xenomorphs. So,
Right.
yeah, I went for the Predators, and I was disappointed that. I mean, I was glad to see that they went in with 3 Predators, but I was disappointed that 2 of them got killed off like a bunch of bitches, like almost immediately.
Lost
Yeah.
opportunities once again. Like to really bring that would have been an interesting development throughout the film instead of just feeling like they were just killed off like I don't know like collateral damage like the first 5-10 minutes. That's the way it felt. It went so quick. I was like, okay.
I
What
still,
were they supposed
I
to do?
did like that they actually had a human and a Predator team up for a change.
yeah. I still
Yeah.
say that like they shouldn't have said it in the modern day. They should have said it in the far future with the Colonial Marines.
Mm,
That would have been cool, yeah.
yeah.
But anyways, and not to mention they had the setting all wrong. They were doing it in a cold environment when predators are more known to hunt in the hottest of seasons.
Yeah, that was weird.
Mhm.
Although apparently back in the olden days, Antarctica wasn't so cold. So
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I gave, and not to mention AVP was PG-13. You don't
Yeah.
put 2 classic R-rated flicks and combine them into a PG-13 film.
Nope.
Want to get the kids involved.
But
It's like
Right.
it's like Venom all over again.
mhm. But I will say that there were some slight improvements in Requiem, but only very, very, very slight.
Really?
Requiem was shit.
Yeah, it was very shit because I mean it was dark. You could hardly see what was on the screen, and not to mention the Predator really wasn't very honorable. It was like ignoring innocent lives and whatnot, and then it was just trying and failing to contain the threat.
Yeah.
And then, of course, when it gets to the hospital with the others, it
Ugh.
throws its shuriken, and the one blonde chick, the one guy's girlfriend, gets killed, and she was unarmed, and she was an innocent. So basically, that predator broke the honorable rule of no killing
Right.
innocents.
Yeah.
See, I don't like when they do that stuff because then I don't know, it kind of blends and makes something very superficial
Yeah,
in the end. And it takes away that aspect to why the Predator was the characteristics of the original Predator. And just there's so many positive things there that they
Yeah.
threw out the window with that. I don't like that at all. I hate it when they do that to characters. They just kind of like, I don't know, make them superficial and pretty
yeah,
much
it's the
disposable.
cynicism of the world.
Man,
I
burn it
did
down.
like, I did like at the end though when it's revealed that the plasma caster that was converted into a pistol got brought to one of the founders of Weyland Yutani, Miss Yutani herself.
Mm,
It would also explain how the Colonial Marines have such advanced weapons, but in the future, because
right.
the Predator technology of that pistol helped create like if not the pulse rifles, then at the very least the plasma pulse rifles. Because
Somebody,
if you remember in Aliens the movie, when Hudson was listing off the different kinds of weapons, he said we got phased plasma pulse rifles, obviously a nod to Terminator's phased plasma rifles.
mhm.
But still, the fact that he boasted it meant that they must have had them, and they shot energy instead of high caliber bullets, probably because they originated from that Predator pistol.
Indeed.
I like
And
it.
I also like the Predator Concrete Jungle video game where it's set in a futuristic alternative New York called New Way City.
Well, that's good, but the camera is my worst enemy in that game.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
And but yeah, here's what I would do. I would have Predator, I would have Predator 2, I would have the first AVP Requiem, however bad it is. I would have Predator Concrete Jungle. Then I would go straight to Alien Isolation, Aliens, and then the whatchamacallit, the Alien versus Predator video game for the PlayStation 3, the one where they you had Colonial Marines fighting against the Xenomorphs and the Predators, and then go right to my own Alien 3 idea, where basically ignoring the original Alien 3, you would have an older Ripley, an older Hicks, and a grown-up Newt, and a fully repaired Bishop, the original Bishop from Aliens. The four of them are like the top honchos in the Colonial Marines. They're at war with Weyland Yutani, and they're also searching and hunting down the Xenomorphs. And then they get word that Weyland Yutani has discovered the location of the alien homeworld. So they're in a race to get there before Weyland Yutani does. All the while, the Predators get whiff of this and go to get involved. And assisting the Colonial Marines happens to be a cyborg by the name of Dutch Schaefer.
Oh my.
Because there was an arcade Aliens versus Predator video game in the 90s. Dutch Schaefer, the Arnold Schwarzenegger character from Predator,
Right.
if he didn't survive, at the very least, a cybernetic android was modeled after him in the future.
Okay.
So it'll be an awesome way to bring back Arnold and have that ultimate Alien versus Predator versus Colonial Marines super mashup story.
So, Mega Jetty, when are you going to be writing the screenplay and directing this?
Well, thank you. I'm
I think that
flattered.
would be great. Yeah, I think that would be great because you understand the canon. You understand how to connect these films together. Why not? Why not?
Yeah,
I say write it and submit it. What are they going to do?
I may not be fully knowledgeable about the in-depth lore, but I know the good stuff.
Yeah. Well, you know how what fans would want to see happen, but also tie everything together in a sense where it has this, I don't know, lack of better words, karmic circle, right? Within
Well,
that universe in a sense.
Well, it takes a fan to understand a fan.
Exactly.
So that's the
Indeed.
thing. That's the thing. I'm very enthusiastic. I have lots of ideas. I would love to contribute to every piece of continuity that I'm a fan of. Star Wars, Star Trek, Marvel, DC, Lethal Weapon, Terminator, Aliens, Predators. I would love to create even if they're just some of them are just one-offs. I want to contribute to all these. The problem
Oh,
is
absolutely.
I have no place in them, and my ideas are just ideas, nothing to concrete to go on because I'm not a professional writer.
It doesn't matter. I mean, honestly, the truth is like if you can, for example, start with a simple summary and then go, okay, these are the points, the big points that I want to make here. And then it's just like, you're doing your comic book. That's storytelling. So
Mhm.
really all screenwriting is, I mean, aside from just throw out the formatting for the minute and writing it out on, just taking the pen to paper or computer to typing, whatever, and writing out that storyline, making sure you hit all those points. And then there's so many, like, honestly, free resources on how to do screenwriting that it easy to translate to some greater extent because you can visualize it as you go. I mean, that's what you're doing when you're writing your comic books. I think anybody can, if they take the time to, absolutely, they can write and be a screenwriter if they want to. It's just it is work, but I think because you're so visually minded, you could easily do that. Because really you're seeing the film play out. That's really what you're doing when you're writing a screenplay. You're just watching it. If you're, especially because you have all the connections and all the canon there, just run with it. And plus, these people don't know what they're writing anyway. Obviously, look at all these films coming out; they're kind of all over the place. There's very few of them that have any, in my opinion, depth or connection that's proper. I think there's a lot of stuff that's just thrown to the wind, and they're like, "We're going to let you guess," and they're catering to different agendas. And I think if you bring it back to where it belongs, which is not number one with the canon itself, but bringing in some insight that actually is true insight, not just thrown in candy bars and crap like that to keep fans paying attention.
Some of these so-called writers are just a bunch of people who were looking for a job. They were told to write something, and they just wrote a bunch of nonsense and said, "Hey, this is what I got. Take it."
Right. It's somebody's kid that got the job through a parent or whatever, it's who in Hollywood. That's usually the case. It's
Yeah.
not so much the talent required to get there. And like, I don't know, I have opinions, but like Cassidy's son, that guy, with his he thinks he's got talent through osmosis. But in the end, their end results are going to be in the numbers. And if it's not reaching those numbers, they need to start looking for actual people who are familiar with that canon and actually have some developed skills, even if it's just visualizing it, putting it to paper, and working on those skills to develop screenwriting as an example. If you have the right formula, there's tons of other checks and balances there to help along with that storytelling. It's not always on the shoulders of one person. There's a group and people and they're involved. They might want to change stuff, and you can come in and say, no, that would be a dumb idea, and here's why. Don't set fire to your house.
Yeah, I know that
Right.
feeling because with my story, Blue Shogun, I had to go through a lot of changes over the years. I'm closer to finishing. Like I said, I'm still stuck in the editing, but
Right.
Overall, I'm definitely closer to completion now than I was like 2 years ago.
Right. Well, that's good. I mean, that's the thing is writing takes time. It's like, was it Stephen King? He had said, I have novels that I just set on a shelf because I hit like a point where I was like, I don't know where to go with this. I need to just set it aside. And then he went to work on another project, pick up that book or the little short stories he would write and go, oh, now I'm ready to finish the story. So, I mean, sometimes it takes all that time. And he has a very handy website. I'm sure you've heard of it, but he has forums set up where the writers, beginning writers can go to and get advice from him as well as other writers and just kind of help, promote and also, I guess what's the word? Help people flourish a little bit with their writing and having that feedback and support for new writers or screenwriters. Even I've seen some screenwriters in those forums, but very handy. And it's, the best way to learn about that kind of shit, excuse my language, is to
Hey, don't worry, I dropped the F-bomb already early in the stream.
oh, okay. The best way to know that though is just to I linger around and I pay attention to like the writing community just to see what's going on and what people are what people are writing and what their their hardships are. Most of the time it's just they hit a block and they have to set it aside, and that's okay. I mean, the best advice sometimes is say, okay, I'm not there right now, I can't see it. It's just that one day it'll hit you and you're like, oh, that's how I finish this one part or edit this section out because it's not going to work, or maybe this will work better. So yeah, you're doing what a lot of writers do. It's like they just, it's hard to, I guess it's hard to realize that because when you first start writing, and I've been writing for a very long time, and there's tons of stuff I have half finished, and I'm like, well, that'll look good one day.
Mhm.
But I end up picking it back up and I end up rewriting it because I don't like the way it feels or the way it looks, and then I'm content with it. And I'll be able
Or
to
I
say
thought of something newer and better that I didn't
Yeah.
have before.
exactly, or maybe
Yeah,
something go across.
because I mean that's the thing. I know when to ask for help because while I am working on the first story, it's like half my brain is focusing on the first one, the other
Mhm.
half is looking ahead to other possible continuations of the story.
Stop doing this.
Right.
And so
Oh,
basically, oh, go ahead.
First of all, Luke wants to know if you guys heard about the update for Battlefield 5. Secondly, I have to get going.
Uh,
I'm very sorry.
No, it's all good. You have school.
yeah, I never. Are you talking about Battlefield 5 or are you talking about Battlefront? Because
Battlefield.
yeah, I don't play Battlefield. That's because I mean, every time I hear someone say Battlefield, I sometimes wonder if they're confusing it for Battlefront.
Right.
No, I'm
But
sorry.
yeah,
sorry.
glad to have you on, Annihilus, and try and have a good day. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try.
Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
See ya.
If the stream is still going.
Hopefully, who knows?
Right. Have a good day. Or
You
school.
too.
Oh man.
So
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, basically what I was saying is I actually had this idea because as you know, I have lots of ideas for all the different franchises, but since I'm probably never going to get the chance to be part of making, adding to those
Mhm.
franchises, I thought take my ideas, rework them into my own story.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, everything stems from an inspiration.
Yeah. And,
Like what is it? When I watched Harry Potter, I was like, I see Lord of the Rings here. Like I did in plenty of
I saw
parts.
a combination of Lord of the Rings and Star Wars.
Yes. Uh-huh. And I was
But
like,
yeah.
oh, interesting. I'll just leave it there.
So yeah, what I did, and I also learned that Marvel had a history of making pastiches, basically copies of other characters, because they
Mhm.
wanted to do Avengers versus Justice League at one point, but they didn't have the rights to use the characters, nor were they in a position to work, collaborate with DC.
Right.
So what they did was they created similar versions of the Justice League. Let me real quickly pull it up here.
No worries. So yeah, I do know what you're talking about this.
Let's see. Darn it. My big fingers are hitting more than one button at the same time. Hate when that happens.
He's not the one that drove Mom's car.
Well, he may as well have been. Batman brought out all the crazes in Gotham. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't have been a Joker. Your mom and Beth wouldn't be Alice.
Beth is Alice because we stopped looking for her.
Supreme. I think the word Supreme is in the name.
No worries. It'll show up. It's always when you're looking for it, it's most difficult to find it.
Yeah, I'm not fine. Oh, I think I found it. Supreme Squadron. Let me see. Okay, here we go. The Supreme Squadron, fictional superhero team, several notable alternate versions. The core members are Hyperion, who is a pastiche of Superman, Nighthawk, who is a pastiche of Batman, Dr. Spectrum, who is a pastiche of Green Lantern, Power Princess, a pastiche of Wonder Woman, and Wizard, a pastiche of The Flash.
Huh. So they were just like, well, we'll do it our own way, and hopefully something will stick.
Yeah. Because the thing is, according to this, well, first off, if you were to wiki Squadron Supreme, there's a cover. The cover is the same art style as the Kingdom Come cover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, Hyperion, the Marvel version of Superman, the first Hyperion, Zib Ron, was a member of the Squadron Sinister, a team created by the Grand Master to fight against the Avengers, gathered by the time-traveling Kang the Conqueror. 2 years after the character's first appearance, a heroic version appeared as a founding member of the alternate reality Squadron Supreme.
Right.
So yeah, basically the original pastiches of the Justice League, the Squadron Sinister, they were meant to be an evil Justice League.
They were just like, we really need some cash, and we want to find a way to get them in the door somehow.
Yeah. So yeah, they basically created their own knockoff Justice League to pit the Avengers against to see who would win and whatnot. So I thought to myself, you know, if they can do it, why can't I? So I'm making pastiche versions of my favorite franchises, like my own pastiche Terminator.
Mhm.
I actually needed some help with that one. I asked, I was on Ed Dawn's Crystal Lake Friday stream, asking him in his chat, and thankfully, I finally got a name for them. My Terminators are the Cyber Ronin.
Oh,
which is
I like
fitting.
that.
Which is fitting considering that the main hero who stands against them is called the Blue Shogun.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah,
nice
Blue
tie-in.
Shogun versus Cyber Ronin.
I just like the name Ronin. I really do. It's one of those
But
names.
here's the thing: they do have like an endoskeleton like the Terminator, but here's the difference: the endoskeleton is gold, not shiny silver like most machines are.
Right.
That one actually was based on an idea I had for Terminator 2, the arcade game. Basically, you fought silver endos, and then you fought some gold endos.
Okay.
But the endos were the only thing that were gold. In my story, Cyber Ronin, all the machines are gold.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah. What makes them unstoppable to a magical Shogun is the fact that they're the metal that makes them what they are is made from an anti-magic ore. So therefore his powers don't work on them.
Huh.
What do you think?
I like it. I think I like when things tie in together a little bit, but also keeps that same, I don't know. You know how like sometimes when you're reading, whether that's a comic book or graphic novel or even a film, and you have an introduction of characters, whether that's the pro or antagonist, and they don't flow together very well.
Yeah.
Because weird stuff that they decide to throw in there just kind of sets it off. It ruins that flow. I think that'll ruin a whole thing for me. I'm like, but this blends well, you know, and the more forethought that's put into that way, when you, let's say for whatever sake, you're like, oh, I want to introduce another, you know, let's say protagonist or antagonist. They're going to be able to intermingle very easily into that if they follow that same formula. Once you got that formula down, which is what it sounds like is what you've already developed, but it's still like, it's always developing. I know.
Yeah.
But it's good. It sounds like it'll flow well.
Yeah.
I like storytelling. So
the Blue Shogun, he has the ability to create this like aura sword, which is basically like a lightsaber for him. And then, so basically I asked myself, how do you have a Jedi versus a Terminator and give the Terminator a fair fight? The answer, make the metal of the Terminator something that is resistant to the lightsaber and the Force.
Okay.
Therefore, the Blue Shogun is essentially like John and Sarah going up against a Terminator. He's, even with his powers, it's like he's completely vulnerable against that thing.
Right.
Because anti-magic doesn't just protect it also can hurt him.
Right. That makes sense. Huh.
And then Yeah, and then there's of course my idea for creating my own pastiche Marvel and DC. So I'm gonna need my own version of Superman and Captain America and whatnot. But that's later down the road. Right now, I gotta focus on the core of my story.
A lot of those things actually will probably pop off on their own too. You'll be like, this is where it is. This is where I need this.
Yeah.
Like,
I do know how I'm going to introduce my version of Marvel and DC, though. Want to hear it?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, basically, it's sort of inspired by the Doctor Who 50th anniversary special.
Oh, okay.
Basically, Ben, the Blue Shogun, he basically got knocked off of Earth during one of his adventures. And then as he's coming back, he finds Earth is destroyed, completely gone. And then he finds out that there's this cosmic being that ate the Earth.
Good Lord.
Huh?
I'm like, good Lord, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. So he's about to kill this thing, but then he falls it through a portal where it where it eats another Earth. And then he sees throughout the multiverse, there are many different Earths. Each and every one has been destroyed and eaten, except for 2. And that would be my version of the Marvel Earth and my version of the DC Earth. So, but the Blue Shogun comes up with a radical plan. He's going to take the essence of his Earth, combine it with the essence of those other 2 Earths, fuse the 3 Earths together to create a new reality where the 3 Earths coexist as one. So that way, it'll create a new reality where there are more heroes to defend Earth. So that, because the thing is, on my Blue Shogun, he starts off as the only hero on Earth, the only superhero. So basically,
that'll be interesting.
Yeah, so basically an Earth with one superhero is not enough to defend against this cosmic level threat. So he tries to combine the 3 Earths together, and as a result, first my version of the Avengers and Justice League fight each other, thinking each other are invaders. And then all of a sudden he shows up, the Blue Shogun shows up and basically tells them to stop. I'm the one that's merging the 2 Earths together. And they think he's crazy. They think he's playing God. To which he replies, everyone plays God every day just by making babies. I'm just taking it a step further.
Right.
Oh. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, because they don't like what he's doing. They understand he's trying to save his Earth that's already gone. But, they're telling him to just accept it and move on. But then the cosmic being comes and it destroys one of the 2 remaining Earths. So they flee to the last one, and they learn what exactly this cosmic being is. It's a hybrid fusion of 2 villains from each of the 2 superhero Earths. Basically, it's a combination of Brainiac and Galactus.
Okay.
So, and that it just so happens at the same time that the Avengers beat Galactus and the Justice League defeat Brainiac, they defeated the respective villains by sending them through a portal to an alternate dimension so that they'd be rid of them. So that carelessness on the heroes of 2 separate Earths part fused the 2 of them together, and now basically my version of the Justice League and the Avengers are responsible for the death of most of the multiverse.
Okay.
And so the Blue Shogun is angry when he learns this, and he's wondering if maybe he's making a mistake now, merging his Earth with these 2 screw-ups. These 2 extremists.
Right.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Marvel and DC are so different, and yet they're behaving the same way,
Correct.
So basically,
they've had that dynamic a bit too, but I like how that's being brought together in a way that's addressing it without having to address it. It addresses itself.
Yeah. And so basically he's wondering if he's making a mistake, but then, my version of Spider-Man and maybe Batman, they talk to each other, and then they talk to Blue Shogun, telling him maybe he shouldn't be giving up so easily. Maybe they were wrong to have just given up. And then my version, then the planet, the Earth Eater comes, and it's about to eat the final Earth. Most of the superheroes are dying trying to stop it.
Right.
So then, in a last-ditch effort, Batman, the one who was mostly against this whole merging of Earths, looks to the Blue Shogun and says, "Do it. Give our Earths the hope that they need." And then so Batman, my version of Batman, will go fighting one last hoorah as the Blue Shogun finishes the spell. And then after a bright flash, the Blue Shogun wakes up the day he's meant to be the Blue Shogun, basically back at the beginning. But there's a difference this time around because my version of Marvel and DC share his Earth. Therefore, most of the heroes are already publicly known before he's already become the Blue Shogun. So therefore, he knows that when he becomes the Blue Shogun, things will be tough, but he won't be alone to deal with them.
That's really good.
Thank you.
I like that. I have a question. What this is taking it back a little bit, but when did you come up with the Blue Shogun? Like what stirred that thought to start this story? Like when you were like, I have this character. Like what was the birth of the idea?
Well, that is a very good question. Hope you got the time.
I do. I got some time.
It started back when I was 15. I loved Star Wars so much. And then I said to myself, hey, I want to write my own Star Wars. I created a obvious ripoff called Space Wars. Mm-hmm. And my mom and my stepdad pointed out, hey, this is Star Wars. And I'm like, it's not Star Wars. It's my Wars. Because I was young. I didn't understand originality and whatnot.
Right.
So yeah, basically over time, I kept being told, come up with something original. And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. So, but then over time, I started looking at it, trying to figure out what is something original.
Right.
And then, Lord of the Rings came along, it was set in its own story, its own world and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And I was really getting into it. And then I like Pirates of the Caribbean. And so I basically came up with a story called Tales of Freedom, starring this character named Jet Star, Jettstarr. And by the way, the first part of that name, Jet, that's where the Mega Jetty 1 comes from.
Okay. You're like, and this is origination.
Yeah. And so as a result of that, basically it was going to be a combination of The Hobbit and The Force Unleashed. Basically, it starts off with a kid, a teenage boy on a fictional world, wanting to go on adventures, not wanting to live the small humdrum life with his family. Then all along comes a wizard with a bunch of fairies who were ousted from their home, and he eagerly decides to go with them, unlike Bilbo, who was reluctant. So he eagerly leaves his home, helps them, on their journey. But then he realizes, the adventure was more dangerous and scary than he thought. So now he wants to go back home to the humdrum life.
Right.
But here's the thing. The first Tales of Freedom would have ended with him returning home to find his home in ruins.
Right. There wasn't a home to go home to.
So then basically the second story would pick up with him searching the ruins, finding out that his home was destroyed and his family killed by this warlord. And so he's now setting out again for revenge. And I won't get into more detail there because the rest of the story I have now worked into my Blue Shogun and I risk spoiling. But the thing is, while I was making this, I also saw the Fantastic Four film with Chris Evans. I liked it because the Fantastic Four is great. It's like a family dynamic superhero team. The thing is, though, Johnny Storm, as arrogant as he is, he's the real hero of the Fantastic Four because he's the one, even though he's mostly doing it for fame and glory, he's the one going out risking his life more than the others. The others are just explorers and scientists.
Right.
So basically, I wanted a version of Johnny Storm, except I wanted him all blue, not just a guy wearing a blue suit, only for him to turn into a bright orange fireball. Right. So I created a character who dressed in the blue suit similar to the Fantastic Four, but he does fly, but he like glows electric blue.
Mm-hmm.
And then but then I had the character, I just didn't have much story other than, telling similar versions of Spider-Man and whatnot.
Right.
But then so I was writing two stories at the same time, like George Lucas was writing both Indiana Jones and Star Wars at the same time. I thought if he could do it, maybe I could too, but I put so much energy into one, I neglected the other, and then I tried to go back to the other, and I put more energy in that than the first one, and so it was hard to keep up with two stories. So then I figured maybe I should find a way to, tell just one story, and then I realized, hey, maybe I can combine the two.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
What started off as a story of a magical teenager and another story of a teenage superhero turned into a magical teenage superhero story.
Yeah, I think a lot of stories I've written, I'll say that I'll be doing multiple stories at once, and then I will get, either kind of locked down on a certain scene, or I'm not happy with the direction it's going in. So I just set it aside and I'll work on something else. And I find, oh, wait a minute, there's huge sections of the first story I had set aside that I want to blend in with this story because it would make more sense, or it actually helps develop that character, or maybe progress the story in a different direction that I originated. Or maybe you're trying to do multiple stories at once, which are a little bit more complicated, but at the same time, not so much. But it isn't. I think to me, I like the idea of writing multiple stories at once, even if it feels a little complicated. I do think that sometimes, you can easily combine them in the end and not even realize that it's kind of like having, what do you call it? An alternative perspective in maybe certain areas, maybe on a pro or antagonist, or, maybe even a minor role originally that you weren't going to develop at all. You're like, wait a minute, this would be great for this character.
Yeah.
Because inspiration will come from inspiration. So I think that's awesome.
Yeah. And then there was the issue I had with world building, because originally I was going to set in my own fictional world, the story about the teenage boy.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing was, it was very difficult to create a fictional world and all that. And then in my superhero story, I wanted to do something different from most superhero stories, because Marvel and DC, most of their stories are set in either New York City or a pastiche of New York City, like Gotham and Metropolis.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least that's what they became, because originally Metropolis was inspired by a combination of Columbus, Ohio, and Toronto.
Right.
But it just became looking more like a shiny version of New York, whereas Gotham was the dark, dank version. So, given that every other superhero story is set either in New York or a version of, I wanted to do something different. So I decided to set my Blue Shogun in a place where most of my favorite movies are set, Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
Because, when you look at movies like The Terminator, The Golden Child, Beverly Hills Cop, Lethal Weapon, Speed, and even Demolition Man, that's like over 6 action movies that I like. Not all of them in the 80s, but still, they were all set in LA.
Right.
And I'm familiar with some of those locations in LA, even though I've never visited there, that I can see the Blue Shogun in some of those locations, fighting bad guys and such.
Right. Makes sense.
So I wanted it set in LA, but then when I decided to make the story, fuse the two stories together, I wanted some fictional landmarks in LA that aren't in real LA. But the thing is, I realized there was another issue, because the world building with Marvel and DC is unique, but at the same time, it's convoluted, because Marvel sets most of their stuff in real cities. They just have a few fictional countries outside of the States,
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then DC have a bunch of fictional cities that, there is some heart to the creation of those cities, but the thing is, they're not real cities. So therefore, how can anyone truly relate to Gotham? Because Gotham's not real, so no one can relate to Gotham City,
Right. Exactly.
So what I did was I found the middle ground. I basically have a fictionalized LA where basically a great earthquake devastated the city. A fictional Japanese corporation comes along, rebuilds it, and therefore the city is rebuilt almost exactly the way it was before, with some alterations and modifications in certain parts of the overall LA County.
Oh, that works.
So basically, there's this fictional district I have called Little Psychio. Now, Psychio was originally the name of Kyoto, and because Tokyo means east capital, Psychio means west capital.
Okay.
So I basically, and since there's already like a little Tokyo, I figured create a little Psychio, you know?
We all need a little Psychio in our lives.
Uh-huh. And so, yeah, Little Psychio is basically located where West LA is on the map. And it also blends in with some of Century City, where the Nakatomi Plaza from Die Hard is.
Okay.
So most of West LA looks like feudal Japan in terms of architecture, with like pagodas and hut-style buildings for homes.
Right.
And the other, like the eastern half of Little Psychio, which includes Century City, is like a high-tech neon cyberpunk landscape.
Okay. I like
yeah,
that.
because that's the side of town that Shintech, the fictional Japanese corporation, resides in. So basically, Shintech got their own building built in the American city, and so the Little Psychio is a living representation of the Japanese influence on America. What do you think?
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I like that kind of fusion, between the Asian and quote, American westernized, that different feel, but I like the fusion of the two. I always have. I think it's like, we were talking about like the Golden Child and also Big Trouble in Little China, excuse me, is that blending of those two. But I like that cyberpunk thing too. There's just so many ways you can create this type of city where you get a bit of, I like the whole Asian influence though. So I'm biased on that.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the thing. I'm as you know, I'm a white red-blooded American who happens to love the Japanese culture.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, basically,
better for worse,
And because of that, I made my main character, the Blue Shogun, Japanese American.
Nice.
Yeah, Japanese mother, American dad.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's a good representation too of our country. I mean, all of us are kind of mutts in a sense, aren't we?
Yeah. Some people could accuse me of cultural appropriation or whatever, or some people could say I'm woke because I have a diverse character, because Japanese Americans are probably a minority, but I didn't do it for any of those damn political points. I did it because it's a representation of me.
Right. I mean, cultural appropriation, that word is thrown out so frequently. I think people forget that our country is filled with so much diversity on its own without their permission of existing. And guess what? Not everyone is going to be, black and white. It's not as simple as that, even though it's being pushed in that direction of being quite dumbed down. So just because someone looks Asian, it doesn't make them automatically Korean, does it? No. Or Chinese, or maybe they're from Thailand, maybe they're from the Philippines. People don't. It's like
there are certain distinct featers to tell the difference between a Chinese, a Korean, and a Japanese, but still,
it's their language. It's some obviously appearances as well, and it's just there's a lot of arrogance about that phrase, the cultural appropriation. I'm like, calm down. I'm like, just calm down.
Yeah.
Go have a seat. But now, I think it's a great idea.
I wouldn't call myself politically correct so much as ethnically correct.
Right.
Because that's the thing. I mean, if you're going to address a certain ethnicity, address it the right way. Because, when they call, African Americans or even Africans black, I don't really see the color black except in their hair. I see mostly the brown color.
Right.
Because I mean
Right.
that's because I mean as a kid I took colors very literally, you know.
Right.
So if I was called a white boy, I'd be like, the only white on me is my eyes.
Right.
So yeah, I mean I don't know why you're calling me white when my skin is like a peach color.
I think when people start getting into the name, like saying, oh, this going back to the segregation type thing of saying, oh, well, that person, well, they're brown skinned and that's black and that's white. And it's a very dumbed down thinking. And it brings us down a whole lot when we start getting into black and white. And yes, I notice skin color. That's life. Everyone does. I mean, you're going to go up to somebody and say, oh, you must be white and they're black. That doesn't work that way,
Uh-huh.
So it makes me irritated when they use these words and try to just shame people for, I don't know, wanting to appreciate. You don't know what somebody is. The truth is you could meet anybody and you really don't know a whole lot about them aside from what you visually see. So who's the racist?
Yeah.
You should always be, just be courteous and treat people with equality and a little bit of, treat other humans as human beings with respect until they show you otherwise. And then go from there. But that's a little too deep. Apparently we got to dumb it down. So it's about, like you were saying, as a kid, you were very literal about color. Kids most of the time do not care. That stuff is, like everyone always says, that was taught, it's taught to children, racism or prejudice. This isn't, what do you call it? With my young ones, they don't see this stuff. I've had to explain stuff to my daughter that I didn't think I was going to have to for at least another, 5 years, maybe, but because of politics and fear, it's definitely I've had to have a lot of those conversations because she was worried that, because my daughter's she's half Mexican. So she was worried that, she was going to be taken to a camp, which I had no idea. Because of something that was said at school by a teacher. And I got addressed. And I mean, she was in tears. And I was like, oh my, and she, at the time, she was 8. So in her mind, this was a real thing because an adult told her that. And I was like, man, I'm like.
That is when you piss the mama off.
Yeah. Because I feel terrible. I'm like, oh my God, I said, I had to explain all this stuff to her. And I said, that's adult stuff. And then the truth is, yes, you should be aware of this. But at the same time, I told her, I said, because my daughter is more of a lighter skin color. Obviously it's a mix. But it's hard. It's hard on kids. And so I think when you only focus on skin color, it makes things very dumbed down. It keeps people very segregated in
I mean, sure, there's times where you got to dumb things down, but that's just, on this particular matter, not you don't dumb it down.
No, not on this. It's we're talking about people. We're not talking about a crayon box. Right?
No, you don't dumb down people.
No, and that's what I feel that this is done. And so when you have crusades on behalf of other groups of people, I always pay very close attention to who's holding the banner. I'm like,
speaking of that, on Harry Potter, I kind of got the sense there was a little bit of SJW in Hermione in the books because she tried to defend elf rights, house elf rights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She had her moments there a lot. And sometimes I understand. I'm like, that's fine. You go do you. Just don't get too crazy. Don't go over the deep end.
And make sure you're doing it for the right reasons, not for your own selfish ones.
Correct. Exactly. It's about who's the one holding the banner. It's like who's the guy with the bullhorn? But yeah, I think when it comes to cultural appropriation, I think having where Americans are so diverse, and that's the truth. You can't dumb it down to a color of skin. Everyone is so diverse that
because this country was founded by Englishmen, French, Spanish, Native Americans.
Mm-hmm. And everybody was at the potluck, apparently. And it's interesting because when someone says something to you and they don't know your background or they assume that you're mixed with something or whatever they assume what they wish.
I even got mistaken for a racist remark once.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because and the thing was, I know if you were just if it was a casual person who didn't know the circumstances, yeah, they probably would have called me racist. But the truth is it really wasn't intended to be that way because first off, I was a kid. I didn't know what racism even was.
Right.
So, yeah, basically there was this kid in school who was like being mean to other kids. I don't remember if he was mean to me exactly. But I do definitely remember he was mean to other kids, and I didn't like it. I wanted to stand up to him, but I didn't want to fight him either because, I wasn't sure if I'd win. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to tell on him because, kids being bad, you got to tell on them, But the thing was, nothing. When I tried telling on him, without him knowing, it seemed like no one was doing anything about it.
Right.
He still kept on doing it. And so one day in like music class, it was like in the basement of the school, because sometimes that's where music classes are.
Right.
Yeah, there was this there was this moment where I realized maybe if I just it's one thing to say mean words to one another, but when you strike someone, that's when you really are in trouble. So
right.
I thought to myself, if I say something to rattle him to the point of, hitting me in front of other students, that'll get him in trouble. Now, It was just simple name calling. It was like I was like insulting like I think I called him a name like jerkweed or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, he said something back to me, and then I said something back, and then he's like, he said, "You better watch it, white boy." I didn't know what he meant by that. And I think I was wearing a white shirt that day. So I think he may have been insulting the color of my clothing choice. I was a boy who liked to wear white, So then, and he happened to be wearing dark colored clothing. So yeah, you can connect the dots there.
Yeah.
So I made an insult back about his color fashion choice, and that's when he slapped me. And then, that's when I told on him. And apparently, according to my mother, I was on the verge of being kicked out of school for that.
Yeah. And
I didn't even know what I did wrong. I mean, all I did was just say make a mean comment. I didn't know I had no idea what I was involved in there.
Well,
I was just trying to get a mean kid to stop bullying people.
And the thing is, too, is when you're younger, you don't fully understand the impact of certain words. And at the same time, there's a double standard that's there as well.
Yeah.
When people go after, let's just make it simple, I guess. But whenever they go after like, color of skin, gender, sexuality, whatever those things, whatever easy hit they can get in there, it kind of speaks to where they're at, mentally, and where they're willing to go to justify, their own form of prejudice, whatever that is. Because in the end, I feel that the real prejudice is held by the person who starts it to begin with, right?
Yeah.
And the danger is the lessons learned don't sink down to their level because that's where they want to keep you.
Yeah. So basically, he brought me to his level without me even knowing it.
Right. It's so easy to fall into that when you're a kid too. How old were you when that happened?
I was like in elementary school.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, I got. Like the assumption was when I was in school, I was like,
and I didn't even learn about the whole Civil War thing until like high school.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, that's a whole nother. Yeah. Like that.
When I heard that, when I learned about it, I remembered the memory of the little incident in music class, and I was like, oh my gosh, did I really do something racist? But then I had a conversation with my mom. She remembered this story better than I did because, my memory sometimes gets a little flaky.
Right.
But yeah, she remembered it the right way, and she helped me correct myself there.
Yeah.
So, apparently I did nothing wrong because, I was trying to stand up to a bully, and then he basically conned me in and started it with that whole white boy comment.
Yeah.
He played
And
the
in the
race
end-
card first.
Exactly.
And the interesting thing is, like I said, at the time I didn't know it, but as my mom was telling me the story again, when I was being threatened of being suspended or kicked out, my mom defended me. She said, if you're going to expel my son, you expel that kid too, because he started it. You know, he dropped. So yeah, basically because of that, neither of us got kicked out or suspended. I think there was a little detention, but yeah, that was it. And he never bothered me or anyone again after that.
Yeah, because in that situation, thank God it was handled like that. You know, it wasn't, it's very, you know, obviously the intent was not to go there. It was an intent to protect yourself when you're young and not understanding the full, you know, you don't really understand the ramifications of how that feels, but nor did he saying what he was saying.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you're so young. I don't think, you know, like you said, you just don't fully understand what you're saying or doing. And, there, you know, I always had things said to me when I was very young and I didn't understand them because I was so little. And then as I got older, I was like, oh, wow, that's what they were talking about. Like, I grew up in a certain place. I grew up in Miami and Florida, and that area has a very high population of everybody. It's a melting pot. So you have a very large Jewish community. You have a very large Christian community. You know, it's everybody. The religious thing, I kind of grew up around a little bit. I wasn't raised particularly in any specific religion at all. And, but my grandparents were like, we'll send you to, like, when I was in preschool, I went to like a Christian academy, like when it was little ones for little kids. And, I went there for a little bit, like, I think about a year. I went for at least 2 years. And, I started early just because anyway, but when I was there, I have a last name that's Jewish. I'm not, practicing Jew, but I was called I don't know how to explain it, but I was called a Christ killer, and I didn't know what that meant. I was so little, I didn't know what that meant. So I guess it was this one particular girl who had a problem with me big time, and I never understood why. And it was because that segregation for her and her family was a thing. Apparently, I didn't know. So when I told my grandmother, who lost her mind, it got rectified. It was discussed immediately. They handled it quickly. And I mean, it was like nothing. It got talked. It was like handled. That girl finally left me alone. But I never understood what that phrase was until I got, I don't know, I would say elementary going into middle school. And then I understood more. And that was
it's totally inaccurate because
I know
it's not like you went back in time and killed Jesus Christ yourself.
I know. And I was like, what does this even mean? I had no idea. And I mean, when you're little, I was thinking, well, first off, I wasn't there. You know, you're thinking I wasn't there. And what are you talking about? And, you know, it was very confusing. And so like my grandmother had taken me aside and explained to me that little girl, you know, needs to be spoken to. And she didn't really elaborate of what that meant because I was so young. But as I got older, yes, I had answers. And because I asked, I'm like, what does this mean? You know, and I started asking more adults and they explained it to me. And I was like, that's stupid. I'm like,
yeah.
What
Even
a terrible
thing. Couldn't go back in time and kill baby Hitler.
Yeah. I mean, what are we doing? You know, like,
Spoiler alert.
If I'm a time traveler, I'm doing a terrible job. That's all I'm saying. But, you know, but those are the things when you're a kid, you don't understand how I don't even think that little girl, maybe she did. I don't know, but I'm going to say no. Okay. She was around my same age. She was like, I think she was a little older than me, but she definitely had an anger towards me, and I didn't know what that, and I still don't know if she really truly understood what it meant, but I would rather believe that she didn't understand it. She was regurgitating, though, something that she had heard, and from what my grandmother said, that the parents held that belief, and that is a problem. You know, it was scary. I mean, prejudice is taught, and that's why it's like.
And I'm starting to wonder if maybe the reason why he called me white boy was because maybe he was dealing with prejudice, or, and I think maybe it's because he himself felt prejudiced, and because of that, he took it out on kids, and so that's why But my mentality wasn't so much prejudice. It was more so intolerance to bullying.
Yeah. It's like that. It's kind of like that fight or flight we all have it. So when you're a kid, it's like you're like, well, what tools do I have?
Yeah.
Maybe that person's 50
I mean, I
times
did get into a few fights as a kid, but I don't recall ever really winning. So that's why I thought change tactics.
Right. Oh yeah, because especially if they're bigger.
And unfortunately, now I look and see the SJWs are now using the damn same tactics I used to use.
Yeah.
And for the wrong reasons as well.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they're flipping they're trying to flip narratives and the behavior.
So now I have to change tactics again.
Yep. It is, and in the end too, it's like with let's just say with the SJW community and the more extremists. Let's try that.
Yeah.
I ignore them primarily because I don't, it's like kind of like dealing with an alcoholic. If you know someone's an alcoholic, you can't tell them they're an alcoholic. They have to kind of just figure it out on their own. That means after putting themselves through the ringer, you cannot change.
You could call them that, but it doesn't mean they're going to accept it.
Correct. So, I mean, getting into it and fighting with them, and yeah, it looks good for, clickbait and you think you're an online warrior, but in the end, they're still going to be, dealing with, drunk driving. They're still going to be doing other stuff, and they're not going to be listening until something happens to them directly where they have like a bit of a wake up call that they're part of a bigger problem or they have a problem. So I don't instigate with them. And if, they chose to go after me for some reason or another, depends on how far they go. You know what I mean? But most of the time it's not, I wouldn't want to sit there and fight with them over things that in the end, it seems like there's this weird fog of war that they're in, this culture war that they're so deep into, they're not able to see their hand before their face,
Yeah.
It's really bizarre. I'm like, no, I'm not going to fight with that guy. So yeah, it's weird. I've been watching a lot of just craziness and I'm like, oh, God, I'm so glad I'm so glad I'm on just like a third party looking in on this, because objectively, when you start getting involved in that online, the spats that go on between SJWs or whoever, there's never a winner. In the end, there really isn't. There's no winners in war. Come on now.
You can't argue with an SJW.
I mean, there's really, because you could argue with them all day, but I don't know what you're going to get out of it aside from looking maybe for 2 minutes on the internet like a winner, and then it comes crashing down. It's like, ooh, never mind. They're back for more.
Yep.
But yeah, I think they're, I don't know. This, as we approach 2020, what do you think this next year is going to bring as far as, I guess, Twitter and YouTube and.
Wow. I honestly don't know, because I mean, as I may have mentioned, I don't know if you were here for that part, but I had over like 800 watch hours within the last 11 months. But then like last night I was trying, it just seemed like by the time November rolled in, something about the thing changed. I think it was the whole terms and conditions thing. Last night I checked my my watch hours thing. I got reduced to like 400 and some.
Whoa.
So yeah, my watch hours got reduced, probably because I didn't reach the high enough mark within the first 12 months of my YouTube thing, and so therefore it got cut down. Dang. I don't know what it is.
I find a lot of these terms and conditions, because everyone's flipping out about a different part, of the terms and condition updates.
Especially Ivan Ortega, his channel got taken away. First it got taken down, but then it got put back up, and he can't access it. It's bullshit.
Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans going on, and a lot of this is, like I was telling people months ago, they're positioning YouTube and I would say Google in general is positioning for the election period. Now that we're less than a year into it, almost less than a year away from elections, now it's just going to get worse. I think we're going to
I
see
get
that.
it. Trump may not be the best guy to belong in the White House, but seriously, why does everyone have to get so damn involved in the damn presidency?
Right now, it's become a conquest.
The presidency.
Right. It's just a conquest now. They're like, well, we have to get rid of him.
More important than the person that happens to be president.
I miss the days where we could just elect a good, legitimate, decent guy who had no agenda and was just interested in looking out for the country and the people beyond.
I don't know. In my mind, I'm like, I can't think right now of a president who hasn't. It's a sad thing. When you look at all this, it's like, oh.
I usually don't like to get into politics. But the thing is, I will say that I think that no matter how you go about it, we got screwed in the 2015 election, because it doesn't matter if you voted for Trump or voted for Hillary. It should have been neither. Honestly. It should have been neither Trump nor Hillary.
Oh my gosh. That is like by far the most memorable election.
Two people with 100% name recognition, yet very questionable likability.
Exactly. Yeah. Because both were questionable, it makes it difficult for anyone to want to trust them. So I don't know why they were. I will agree. If Trump had lost, he would have kept repeating, this election was rigged.
Well, yeah, he was setting it all up for that.
But the thing is, I think the whole damn thing was rigged by the fact that we got two untrustworthy candidates.
Well, that's the party system, and that's what probably needs to change.
We should have had an independent.
Yeah, we've been due for a third party for a while, and this.
To hell with the party system. To hell with Republicans and to hell with Democrats. Give us an independent.
All right, I'm all for that. I've been all for that for a long time.
That's the whole point of this country, a declaration of independence.
It's a sad thing. It really is. Where we're at right now is like where it's been dumbed down to two party systems, and it seems like one is the left hand and the right hand on the same body. That's all.
Yeah, there should be a third party.
Absolutely. There needs to be an alien coming out of the chest of that body. Oh,
there's barely a second party. It seems like we have Republican extreme and Republican light.
And what was it about that whole why the country is rigged or something like, or the voting system at least, with the whole electoral college?
Yeah,
well, that still has to go back to slavery. There was a grand bargain was made to keep the southern states, part of the Union, and they insisted, being having slavery in the South.
But yeah, it's like the electoral college was made to keep the southern states back with the Union. But since that is long behind us, we should just get rid of the electoral college.
Just the way it's designed, it's ridiculous that
it's archaic. I believe you once called it
extremely archaic. A state like North Dakota has 2 senators, and California, which has 54 million people, has 2 senators. Most of if you look at the land map when Trump won, it made it look like, well, he has the whole country behind him. Most of the areas Trump won, not that many people live there.
That's true.
The whole thing. Land doesn't vote. Sheep don't vote. Well, some sheep maybe, but
yeah, metaphorically speaking. Sheeple, yes, we know that.
Yeah. But that's the whole thing. Where people actually live, and some people. I mean, there's a lot of New York and California. Maybe they have overly influence. I mean, numbers of people, the amount of media that come from both New York and Hollywood.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Absolutely.
And the electoral college is going to be obsolete in 20 years anyway, because we're going to be Caucasians are going to be a minority in this country.
Oh yeah.
And Republicans have no plan for that. They were supposed to do a big reevaluation thing after the 2012 election when Mitt Romney lost to Obama.
Mhm.
And then they kind of kicked that to the wayside when they saw that Donald Trump was going to win. So now it's all about getting every extreme right-wing judge on the bench for the rest of their lives, even if they have no idea how to, handle a case or they have any
Right.
law experience whatsoever.
Mhm.
It's just a big power grab.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. There's so many flies in the soup right now. The DNC is a whole nother nightmare right there.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, here's the thing, whether or not I like Bernie Sanders or not is not the point. It's kind of how, like, remember what they did to Bernie with the DNC thing where, oh my gosh. So they do that. And now we have we have 15 participants right now. I don't remember how many, candidates we have going for the Democratic Party, but it's a complete circus. I mean, I feel like we're just like, in a sense, it's like watching a bunch of YouTube channels. Everyone's trying to echo the same stuff, for the
Right.
exception, I would say, of a few, very few. And the ones that are making any common sense, they're kind of like trying to shoot them down, basically. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, well, Russian.
Well, it's funny because all of a sudden there's so many Republicans love Russia when that was our enemy for
Right.
decades.
Mhm.
National security was a big deal with these guys. Now they won't even take a vote on the on election security.
Right.
It's what's going on here? What do the
Yeah.
Russians have on not just Trump and Lindsey Graham, but the rest of the party? It makes you wonder, what kind of crap they must have on all those guys, because it seems like for the most part they're still lockstep with Trump as he's heading to the impeachment gallery.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get it, but I'm sure there's some sort of compromise. They probably see this as, look, if Trump loses, Republican Party will not see the White House for 50 years, if ever, because I think the Republican Party could just completely implode.
It's possible.
Maybe that's for the best. Maybe the Democrats should implode too. I mean, you get
Oh, man.
parties out of the wreckage.
I think we're seeing it in different. It's like interesting because you're seeing it happen in different ways with each party right now. Like the Democrats are a mess, like an absolute. They're fighting amongst themselves. They can't take things seriously. Everything's about their feelings. Like when I was listening to the debates, I was like, none of this is addressing any of the issues.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing.
the Medicare for all, maybe a bit much to handle at one gulp. That may be a lot given the size of our country. And I mean, the comparison about, well, yeah, Sweden could do it because they have 7 million people. We have 335 million.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's ways you can get around it.
Right.
I think what Germany does with their health system is they have a public option for people that make under maybe $50,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And above that, they can buy private insurance, but they have like 100 private health insurance companies in Germany, unlike here. I mean,
Yeah.
they have as many health insurance companies there as we have car insurance companies. If you want to make it more competitive as far as prices go, that's the way to do it. If you only have like 4 or 5 different health insurance companies and they're all trying to buy each other out to make it into one megalopolis one, make it the Google of health insurance, and it's not going to happen.
Right.
So that's what needs to be done. They need to break up these bigger companies into smaller pieces, kind of like what they did with the phone company, and make it competitive.
Oh, yeah.
So
There's like such a monopoly on the
On
insurance
everything,
company.
really.
Yeah.
And I think Google and Facebook probably should be broken up.
Yeah.
And maybe even YouTube, if such is considered necessary.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes that have been going on, like through YouTube about, well, the censorship thing that was coming. That was a guarantee, just because, I mean, Facebook and all these things, like the things that they're getting in trouble for. Yeah, there's a lot of fraud, but this fraud's been going on forever, So now they're just using that as an excuse to shut them down because, well, you were allowing freedom of speech, even if we, whether or not, I believe Russians were flying around with their propaganda. It doesn't, in the end, it doesn't matter. There's plenty of propaganda to go around. You don't need Russians for it.
I mean, we need fact checking.
Yeah, we do.
I watch CNN or any other network whenever Trump is speaking. just kind of make it like pop-up video.
Yeah.
It says something, and then that's not true. You have the bubble pop up, and I think CNN kind of did that at a couple of his news conferences where they had like something pop up like half the screen saying, no, this isn't true. This is what he said, blah, blah, blah. That's what needs to be done because the media does not know how to handle a guy that lies all the time.
Right. And also, too,
they keep treating him with kid gloves. They keep treating him like he's an actual president, and he's not. He's not even a functional human being.
Well, this is the key thing, too, is that, with CNN and a lot of these other mainstream sources, they have always been a dumpster fire. The only difference is they've been able to have the PR coverage and the right words and the right phrases to play along. And now they're appearing to be more unpolished because that's truly what they are, because there's agendas of the people within those corporations, which has always been there, without a doubt, it's a corporation.
Well, CNN had the news game all to themselves up until 96 when you had Fox News come along and MSNBC.
Correct.
So they kind of split off a lot of CNN. Now people only really would tune to CNN if there's like a 9/11 situation or like a war. That seems to be where CNN got it right.
And the thing was, go ahead.
Discover their identity because they're getting too far down the left-wing poop chute.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly it.
It's always been a right-wing, place where people feel comfortable, whatever their prejudices or things are, because the guy that founded it, Roger Ailes, was a right-wing guy with Nixon. He worked for Nixon. He tried to get Nixon to start a Republican TV network back in the 70s. Yes. And Nixon said, no, the party doesn't have that kind of money for it. So that kind of got pushed to the side for another 20 years until Roger met Rupert Murdoch, and the rest, as they say, is history. So,
and now
I'm Omega Jetty Prime is getting ejected. So,
well, I was going to say though, on HBO, did you see that miniseries they had with Russell Crowe playing? It was based on the book. I mean, obviously,
heard a lot about it. I didn't get to see it though because I don't have HBO.
Okay, if there's a way you can find. I know it's that's on HBO. I'm sorry, it's Showtime, but you might be able to find it online somewhere. Amazon Prime actually has it, so you might be able to. But it's called The Loudest Voice. I watched it, and I know it's. And I'm being honest. I know it's biased because of the once again, it goes back to the agendas of different people. However, there's some truth in there, so that's why I watched it. I was like, but yeah, it did everything you just said. It went over all of this. It went about his reaction after 9/11, and this is all based on hearsay, unfortunately. Like no one's on the record officially, but it's just a perspective, though. If anything,
there's a movie version of this actually coming out. I don't know if it's later this year or early next year with Charlize Theron, and I believe Margot Robbie is going to be playing Megyn Kelly in it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be basically
Bombshell.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think Nicole Kidman might be in that too.
Yes.
So yeah, that's going to be interesting as well. But all right, Mega wants to get back on his stream. So.
They lost 2 viewers because of your political travel. I mean, I just needed a quick thing, but then you went into a long tangent.
Educational, son.
And that is why I don't do politics. I don't know shit about politics.
It's one of those things is like, just like, I find all this stuff interesting. Once again, it's like, I don't buy into either part of, like I agree with you. I'm more centrist and I think everyone's full of crap. So in the end, it's finding out, I'd rather know the truth. So whether that be coming from the right or the left, it doesn't matter to me because the truth doesn't need permission to exist. It just does. So it's inevitable that eventually the truth comes out. But it's always interesting to see somebody's takes or what their positioning is on it for the current time. So when the time does come to pass, it's just like when we went to Iraq and stuff like that. It was very interesting how we flipped a bit of a narrative there. So it's, I pay attention to those things because it does affect what's in our media and what's in pop culture and what they do to position themselves through propaganda, because propaganda is what it is. They've been using it for a long time.
And that's one of the reasons why I've come now to respect Jeremy and Gary and Anna and all those people at the Phantom Menace, because I will admit that some of their channels do more reporting behind the scenes stuff and a little less on what they should be doing. Like, for example, Jeremy runs Geeks and Gamers, and therefore his content should be geeky and gamey stuff, you know? But it seems like it's mostly still behind the scenes nonsense, you know? And that's understandable. Right. It's good to report those, but also don't lose focus of what your channel is all about. You know, so basically
stay on the rails.
Yeah,
you know?
But but I do respect them because they with the news they report, it's common sense news, and I love it.
Right, because in the end, that's really what people want. They want everyone's going to have opinions. If I wanted to hear a diary entry, I would go on a vlog looking for it. I don't want to see it on the news or on a pop culture site. I don't care. I don't care how you feel. I want the facts, and the facts don't care how you feel.
Yeah, I mean, if you're curious about someone's opinion, then
well, that's different. Then yes, absolutely good. I have no problem hearing where people are coming from on stuff. Whether or not I agree with it doesn't matter. Because in the end, it's a conversation. So it's like, there's going to be things that I definitely have a problem with. And then there's going to be other things where I'm like, that's not so bad, and we can agree, you know what I mean? Because that's really the problem is we don't have any open dialogue anymore. And it's rough. It's so rough. It's like, there's people are so quick to go out in the anger. It's just a constant anger that seems to be going on. And it sucks. It really does. And we don't need it on either side of any, battle or issue, if that makes sense. We just need to have that middle ground because that's where change happens. It doesn't happen like in war. The things that matter in the end of a war is that middle ground it came to. And, there are no winners in war. But if you mediate out of that, that's where the change happens. And I think we have a lot less mediation in the Phantom Menace areas and in the collective areas. I think that when there's less mediation, you are making no change at all. It has to be done.
Because at the end of the day, the Republicans and Democrats, they're just like the Kree and the Skrulls. Neither one is better than the other. They're both just as equally bad.
Correct. Exactly.
So asking me to choose between Republican and Democrat in an election is like asking me to choose between Coke and Pepsi. I'll take RC any day.
It's true. I'm a big red person when I do drink soda.
Except for the time I wanted to get RC and you said no, I want to have Pepsi instead. So
hey, I need a change in flavor.
Oh no.
Hey, I told you to make you decide Coke or Pepsi.
You're all Crystal Pepsi. I knew it. Oh my.
I know, but here's the thing. I can admit I was hypocritical there. The Republicans and Democrats, they can't admit shit.
I know. It's terrible.
That's true. That's fair. And that's the thing is like as we get into 2020,
a good man or woman to admit when they were wrong and to apologize.
That's true. And it's become a superpower, unfortunately. The common sense train has been an endangered species for a while now.
Yeah, well, it's time to save the endangered species.
Exactly. We need to start a little crowdfunding for common sense.
On Happy Days. I was. He can't say the word wrong. He could never admit he was ever wrong about anything. But that's what people do. I was.
Yep. Oh man, it's true. It's so true. I do have.
We have a special guest, Henry Winkler.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winkler.
That was little Nicky. That was great.
That's one of the things I like about Sandler, though, is I don't know if he's about my age, maybe a couple of years younger, but he grew up watching the Fonz. I grew up watching the Fonz. All the music in his movies, I grew up listening to as he did. So I can kind of relate to him a bit. I don't think he's as funny as everybody else thinks he is, but he's done some good work.
I agree.
Who's your favorite comical actor?
Ooh, dang, that's hard. I like a lot of comedians. I like impressionists a lot, but that's hard. You know, I'll be honest with you. As far as stand up, I like Don Rickles a lot. I go back to that a lot. I like the whole Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, that kind of stuff. I like that kind of humor a lot. But as far as actors go, oh man, I do love Robin Williams. I still do. I can't let go of that. It's yeah. I always go back to him. But I think that he's one of my top comedic ones. And there's a few that I'm trying to think right now as to. I think there's a lot of funny actors. They're just not comedians.
Yeah.
Which I think is funnier.
Tom Hanks started off as basically a comic actor.
That's true.
The show Bosom Buddies, where he and Peter Scolari had to dress up as women because they couldn't afford an apartment in New York. So they dressed up as women to live in a women's hotel there.
I love the way that Tom Hanks yells at people.
Just hysterics. Just total hysterics.
The way he yells is like perfect.
Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying in baseball.
Exactly. Like I'm just yelling. Tom Hanks yelling at people like Turner and Hooch. And he's just, that's like the funniest. Every time he yells, it is funny. I imagine it wouldn't be as funny as his kid because things are up, but still.
Now, I saw him in the Post movie that was out early last year about the Washington Post and the Pentagon Papers. And I think, I don't know if I could see him playing Ben Bradley. I think he kind of went back and played a little bit of his baseball character in A League of Their Own to kind of change Ben Bradley. But he did a good job. But Meryl Streep absolutely owned that movie. Now, I know she's already won about 70 Oscars already, but she should have gotten another one for that movie. Playing Catherine Graham, the publisher of the paper. She nailed that role because I read the book The Powers That Be when I was in college, which talked about the Post and like a lot of the stuff that was going on. And she must have read that book in order to get a hold of her character because she did an amazing job.
Yeah, I like her a lot. Specifically,
overrated, as Donald Trump would say.
Another Trump bash. Another political bit.
He got booed at the Veterans Day parade today.
Really?
Yeah. Lock him up. And that's New York, his hometown that he's turning his back on to move to Florida.
Oh.
Good riddance.
Oh my. Yeah. Oh, it's not right, but I'm just man, this is gonna be a long year. I'm like,
yeah.
This part of the year is flying by. Next year's just gonna be a rough ride. But I look forward to the immense amount of video clips I'll be able to collect.
I'll say this, in terms of comedic actors, it's a toss-up between two I can think of, really. Eddie Murphy, because he was great in the Beverly Hills Cop and the Golden Child movies.
Yeah.
And in fact, he was great in the 80s. It's like after the 80s, he not only lost his laugh, but his humor.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. And I know he's supposed to do that stand-up soon, so we'll see what it looks like for Netflix.
Hopefully it's great.
I hope so. I have faith in him.
Back to form.
Oh, yeah. David Chappelle's was hilarious. His stand-up.
I don't hate Chappelle. It's just I don't think his comedy is my kind of comedy.
Right.
Chris Rock is brilliant. I think he's like the modern-day Carlin.
I like him, yeah.
But my all-time favorite comic actor, I should say actress, is Goldie Hawn.
Oh yeah, she's
amazing.
Yeah, he wishes that as much as he admires Kurt Russell, but he also wishes that their relationship would end so he can get a shot at her.
Ain't gonna happen. They've been together like almost 40 years now, so they never got married. That's
exactly. I was gonna say, still not married.
40 years together and not married. Must be a very healthy relationship.
Yeah. I mean, some people, it's just that pressure of, it's kind of like some people just don't need that, the legal part, I guess, just kind of ruins, the whole relationship for them. I'm like, okay.
I think I'll say this. If I ever met a woman who I could have that kind of relationship with, I would be for it.
Right. Yep.
Because I mean, sure, you can have the romance of the whole marriage thing, but at the same time, it seems like it's added pressure.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think, and there's just a lot of weird expectations sometimes that people may misplace about the idea of, I think, being married. I think there's some misconceptions, just a few.
I like the one I watch NCIS. There's this one episode about the Medal of Honor recipient, and Gibbs is like entering the front lobby with the metal detector and whatnot, and he's talking with the guard, and he's like, "You enjoy that Japanese restaurant I sent you to?" He's like, "Yeah, but you didn't tell me I had to speak Japanese in order to order." And he's like, "You don't order. You eat what you're served," with a smile. It's like marriage.
Oh my!
He's had a long marriage too.
Yeah.
Mark Harmon and Pam Dauber, who played Mindy on Mork and Mindy.
But yeah, that was good. And so,
Oh yeah.
But yeah, as in terms of comical actors, Eddie Murphy in the 80s is one. The other has to be Schwarzenegger.
Yeah,
He's unintentionally funny.
Yeah, especially when he's unintentionally funny.
Yeah, and he.
I iced that guy, Tacona Phrase.
You know, I think the thing that's the beauty about him is he doesn't take himself that seriously. Where he's like, "Oh, I can't laugh." It's not like Stallone.
He can get serious, but he doesn't take himself too seriously.
Right. He's much more well-rounded in that way.
Yeah, very well-rounded.
And I don't know. I think it's great, and he has a very good sense of humor generally.
Yeah, and he clearly is a good guy in person, I hear.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And sure, he was a hound dog, but let's face it, what guy in the 80s wasn't a hound dog?
Some 90s and 2000s too.
True.
Yeah, I was gonna say the legacy carries on.
Everybody might have stopped doing cocaine in the 80s, except Charlie Sheen, but everybody else.
Oh man, Charlie Sheen's being preserved right now with the cocaine. Oh my God.
Did you ever see the Ryan Chappelle movie?
I'm trying to think if I did.
It was let me see if I can find it now. Not Ryan Chappelle, Dave Chappelle. I get those two damn names confused.
Ryan Chappelle was a character on 24.
That's what I was like.
Don't spoil it for people who haven't seen it.
Are you talking about Half Baked?
Unless you saw the show.
Okay, Dave Chappelle here. He did a movie. I remember that.
Half Baked.
Let me see. Half Baked. Yep, that's it. Half Baked. Okay. There was a funny scene. In fact, if I think if it's all right, I think I can try to real quickly pull it up. Let me see here.
I hope it doesn't get you. You know how they are.
There we go. Oh, darn it. Wrong button. I hate when that happens.
I'm usually pretty good at pushing your buttons.
Okay. Very funny, ass clown. Fuck you, asshole. That is my favorite Schwarzenegger line. I know I'll be back and all those others are great, but at the end, I got to go back to him saying "F you, asshole" in his robotic tone. That's just too awesome. Darn it. Give me a moment.
No worries. I have to get going here shortly because I got to go pick up small squirrels.
Okay, let's see if this works. Share. Oh, wrong. Okay, there we go. Okay, now then. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Now, audio up. This is a great scene.
Man, that first day of sobriety sucked. And I realized something. I was a real irritable guy when I wasn't smoking marijuana. I couldn't stop thinking about getting high. That's when I decided it was time to get help. Hi, everyone. My name is Snurgood. Hi. I'm here today because I'm addicted to marijuana. You went here to marijuana? Marijuana? Man, this is some bullshit. Marijuana. Drug. I used to suck dick for coke. I I can't say I didn't think so.
Oh, good, Bob Saget. I just pulled it all
I
together.
really love that. I used to suck dick for cocaine. That was funny.
And I'm like, oh my.
But
Oh my
here's
God,
the funny
Saget.
thing. You know how I found out about that scene?
Hmm.
One time I made a tweet on Twitter. I don't remember which one, but someone just they thought it was weak or pathetic or whatever. You know what they did? They found a gif of that boo this man, boo, and then they put it out as a response. And I didn't get upset. I laughed so damn hard I cried.
Mm-hmm.
It was just that funny. I never saw that bit before, but it was just so funny.
Yeah, that movie's hilarious. It's one of those movies
So-
I can go back and watch over and over again.
Yeah. So I liked it and I applauded it.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, to get that kind of reaction must have been good.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That didn't exactly do what it was intended to do.
It didn't do what it was intended to do. It didn't make me.
Crush your world.
It didn't crush my world.
Exactly. You're like, well, it did the opposite today.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I do actually have to get going because I have to get the kids from the
Okay.
squirrel school.
Well,
But,
I went for like 4 hours, 40 minutes, and yeah, I think that's a good long run. I don't know if anyone else is going to come on board.
Yeah, I think it's that downtime in the afternoon now where everyone's either on their way home from work or just getting home, depending on
Or
what.
get ready for their own streams.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Issue
Monday
can
night.
be with other streams and whatnot.
Yeah. Tonight's I don't even know who's streaming tonight or who's doing what, but it's Veterans Day, so I imagine there's going to be a lot of veteran streams. I know that Chris Knight is doing one, and there's a couple other people doing those too. So,
If I were to do streams on holidays, I do them for like the big holidays, like Thanksgiving and whatnot, and
Mhm.
not like Veterans Day or unless if it's a Parents' Day or something like that, I'll go for that and all that.
mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
speaking of Thanksgiving, it falls on my birthday this year.
Oh, lucky! My birthday is that Tuesday.
Ah,
So usually I'm not the lucky one this year, but yes, you're lucky. You get it actually on your. I do every so many years, so I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, but yeah, my birthday is also that week. So are you gonna do a stream for your birthday?
oh, definitely. And it just so happens to be the same day as Jesse Milestone's birthday as well.
Oh, all these birthday babies.
Birthday buddy, yeah.
Sagittarius unite.
But yeah, and so yeah, basically my birthday will be Thanksgiving, and I am gonna get a turkey-shaped marble cake.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That is.
So
and
is that going to be made for you, or are you actually? Is it something that you've already ordered, or is it? Do stores
I
already?
actually, it's a more of a request from my mom because she likes to make my birthday special.
Oh, that's going to be cool. I like that. What do you say?
Well, that depends. Is that what you're cooking?
No, I'm not cooking chopped liver. You're saying I'm chopped liver. I don't do anything.
Than you.
Jeez.
But yeah, Mom and Brian are they like to make my birthday special. So especially when Thanksgiving falls on it.
That's cool. Yeah, I think it's the best time.
And I definitely get all the mashed potatoes.
Oh, you're not getting all of that. Oh.
Or at least I get most of it at least. Or as I always called it as a kid, smashed potatoes.
Exactly. Yeah, I love Thanksgiving. I like having my birthday on Thanksgiving every so
Oh,
often.
yeah.
So it's
And
exciting.
so, yeah, I'm thinking nothing's set yet. There was this I don't know where you are. There are still arcades, are there?
Yeah, we have one that's not too far from here.
Well, that's good because this town, Scranton, PA, hasn't exactly had much in the way of arcades in a while. But now there's a new arcade place that got opened up called Bartari. And, it's like a combination of a bar and maybe a bit of a diner and an
cool.
arcade.
That's smart. See,
Yeah.
they have one of those in Phoenix. One of my friends was telling me about it. They just opened that, and it's the same thing. It's like a barcade, and it's always packed. So I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, the
And
more
I
you know.
passing by the one time, I actually saw a Spider-Man arcade in there.
Mm,
So I know and not to mention, they really went all out because they have like Pac-Man and the ghosts on as like a exterior design on the front of the building. So they
Right.
really went all out for this, and I hope, and I think I'll pay it a visit, and if it's a good visit, I think I might see about having, I don't know, maybe my birthday there, even if not as a full-fledged party. I'll probably like borrow my stepdad's phone and quickly stream myself going in there.
I think that'd be great. I think that'd be a really cool birthday stream or pre-birthday, whenever you get in there, if
Yeah.
they're open, it is. But yeah, I mean, at the very least, though, that'd be amazing. I'm all for that. I think I like that whole idea of the barcades. I think that's, to me, I would totally be in for that. I'm like, that's fine. Do they have food? That makes it even better. I don't have to leave. Oh man. Anyway, but I do thank you very much for having me
You're
on.
very
Sorry,
welcome.
got in a little late, but I do have to get going, so I have to go with the squirrels. So parenting, yay.
Well, before you do go, real quick,
Yeah.
Today is Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think would be a good day to do the potential Streamlabs stream?
Let's see here. I'm trying to think what I have going on. So Friday is the only day that you're busy, right?
Yeah.
Well, how is Saturday looking for you? Is that
Saturday
open?
seems good.
Okay, we'll do it Saturday if that works for you.
All right, Saturday Streamlabs.
Absolutely.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
that works for me. That way, it's I'll have backup with the small squirrels. The calm squirrel, we're gonna kind of take it one step at a time after surgery to see how he's doing. But I think
Okay.
it'll be fine.
Well, I hope you said gallbladder surgery, right?
Yeah, and a small hernia thing too,
Oh.
because it's fun. But he's
my
fine.
My mom had gallbladder I think it was gallbladder removal.
Yeah, the second one. You
Yeah.
should have done it the first time. It should have had so many problems.
Yeah, and then I think they did the same with Angini, but it didn't go the way we had hoped.
Yeah, I don't know what her did. I was more like an intestine situation. I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a.
That was a horrible one. That was like almost a month ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I tried my best to be strong through it, but then I heard that my mom's Aunt Kitty had passed away around that same time, and she was the last link I had to my Mima, who passed away last December, just days before Christmas.
Oh.
And it broke me because, I just, when I got the news, I tried not to think about it. And then I was at work, but it was just haunting my mind. And then I came home. I saw Anna was streaming after I thought maybe she was going to, take some time off of social media, but she did a stream and I was like, yay, glad to see her. Maybe this will take my mind off her. But then, I understood she waited on doing super chats till near the end of the night, but it was like a 7-hour long stream. And basically, it was time for me to head for bed and I wasn't going to be able to hear my my super chats. And I know I could have gone back to watch it, but instead I complained on Twitter. And that was just me really venting my own frustrations over my recent loss.
Yeah.
Basically making a big deal out of something small because loss.
Well, it's kind of what the brain does when we go through, especially mourning. People will say and do things that they don't mean to do because they don't know what else to do with that pain. You know?
I had suppressed that pain for 10 months because the pain really started with Mima, but just 10 months. And finally I let it out, cried myself to sleep one night.
Yeah. Were you close to your Mima?
Oh, very close. She's the one that she has many grandchildren, and I don't like to sound like a bragger, but I've always been under the impression I may have been her favorite. May have.
You were.
And I really was. I was glad to have her, and it was sad that she went. She was in Florida, down in Florida. I was up here, and my mom wanted to be there for her, so she was the only one that got to go. And even if I could have gone, I wasn't sure if I could because or if I wanted to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of, and especially to not just, losing someone, but then there's like the business of death that
Yeah.
comes after someone dies. And, whether that's tidying up the home or making phone calls, there's just a lot of stress that's after that too. And I'm sorry to hear about your
That's
mom's
okay.
passing.
But yeah, and
Losing
then
grandparents is special though, because I
Yeah.
was close to my grandparents, so I understand. It's hard. It's the hardest
Yeah.
thing, and you never let go. That pain never goes away completely.
but
but
I at least had 30 good long years with her.
exactly. Yep. And that always like sticks with you. I'll tell you that. Every
But,
day.
But my Aunt Jeannie last month, that was a hard one because I said to myself I couldn't be there for Meet Mom, but I will be there for Aunt Jeannie. And it really hit me emotionally seeing everyone around her, And so I had to be strong. So
Yeah.
I kept a stoic face and did not shed a tear.
Yeah. And you know what? That's because in that situation, I've done that with my relatives. When my grandparents went, my mom passed. I did that then primarily because of the number one, I didn't want to stress them.
Mhm.
If they were aware. I didn't want them to feel that stress at all. It's obviously already stressful, but I don't want to be adding on to that with the swooning, weeping, and people being loud and things like that. But they know. I believe in that pretty strongly. They always know. They know we're there and they understand. And I believe in that stuff very strongly. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, at the very least, was she talking? Were you able to talk to her at all? Or?
Oh yeah, I did get to have
Good.
some final words with her, and it's just interesting because my Aunt Jeannie, she was the one that got me into Terminator, I believe. She and my cousins, her children.
Mm.
So yeah, it's cruel irony that when she passes, a new horrible Terminator movie is made.
Oh, good. Well,
I
at the
know.
very least, you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I got spoiled, so this way I didn't waste my time with the movie.
Right.
But yeah, I'll let you go. Take care of your little squirrels, and I'll see you Saturday. Okay.
Okay. You guys have a great afternoon. I'll talk to you on Saturday, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Bye.
you. And have a good night, everyone here, and have a day, night, wherever it is where you are. Me, I'm gonna have a decent day, and you can bet on that. Peace.